Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Behavioral Sciences, Social Sciences, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Psychology Day at UN 2023 and APA Psychology Week celebrations. An important announcement for all the participants and presenters. As many have requested, as it is more convenient for them to join from 6 p.m. onwards. So we are having sessions from 6 p.m. onwards every day. We request everyone to make note of these timings, new timings, and join sharply by 6 o'clock. However, the meeting will be open from 5 p.m. onwards, where we can discuss informally, where you can share if you have any doubts or if you have any queries or anything informal, we can have discuss on this. And from 6 o'clock, the sessions will start as per the schedule. So we request everyone, attendance is important, mandatory. So we request everyone by quickly join at 6 p.m. sharp. If you can join and contribute earlier also, it's fine. So utilize this opportunity to join with us and share your thoughts, insights, and knowledge. As you all know, this is a platform which is created to share knowledge without any limitations or restrictions, as long as you have a kind heart to share and a noble cause for the contribution in the dissemination of knowledge. And we have to be more objective in disseminating the knowledge, avoiding all kind of hurdles or any controversies, so that we can have a peaceful discussions across the platform. Of course, there are a lot of difference of opinions, different perspectives. No, each person sees an aspect in the same way. That truly reflects, not everyone wears the same color, not everyone wears the same dress, not everyone talks alike, not everyone eats the same food, or at least the same kind of preparation. This is what the greater understanding we need to have and appreciate. It's not like, you only eat this, you only do this, you only be like this, then you will be accepted. That is what the highly judgmental attitude, perspective of ours, which makes us insane and always put us into conflicts. And life is full of turmoils. We need to understand that the struggle for the life not begins just at the time of birth, but at the time of conception itself. We know the process of birth, where billions of sperms compete with each other to meet the egg in the female's counterpart. And we all know how many sperm are able to reach the destination and able to fertilize. That itself says how difficult is the life and also how beautiful is the outcome. And it is always the process. It is always the process that needs to be embraced. It's always the process that needs to be enjoyed. It's always the process that needs to be cherished, where you will experience the ups and downs of life. And we only appreciate things, when we see the things in totality, when we understand, when we pursue things in a totality that leads to our total understanding. Otherwise, what happens? Whatever we see, whatever we hear, whatever we talk is only limited to our understanding, limited to our reading, limited to our imagination, and limited to our worldview and inner view of ourselves. Unfortunately, we are highly judgmental. Why I make a statement, such a statement, or why I put such a proposal. Whatever way it is taken, if it is taken that as a statement, let's explore why such a statement has been made, whether it is true for us or not, whether we are a truly well-understood soul, well-behaved soul, well-behaved person, or a well-behaved individual. A common understanding for all the human beings is human beings as being a part of the larger world, a part of the larger being. All these religions, belief systems, or the systems which we follow are all created by human beings. We all evolved from a religious, where there is a, casteless society, religious-less society, where we all belong to one supreme soul, or one supreme being, or one supreme energy source, where there is no religion, where there is no caste, where there is no belief system, where there is no race, where there is no ethnicity. In fact, even where there is no gender also, for that matter. The broad understanding, or the broad differentiation, or the broad discrimination is only among human beings is the gender. Taken in a constructive, positive note. Why this gender has to be existing and how this gender has to be understood is a greater part of understanding. How it has to be understood. It is the process through which life has evolved. Today we are talking about so many genders. So many genders have evolved. Now we don't have just two genders, either male or female, which are universal, which are always the ultimate truth. Today we have a lot of genders, LGBTQI. Why so many genders have evolved? And why so many genders are coming up? And why so many genders are evolving in the process. Similar way, so many religions, so many belief systems evolve only for their own purpose. It's all created by human beings, and we are always confined within the clutches of all these boundaries, all these limitations within which we are enslaved ourselves and not able to realize that we all are equal human beings. We all are the equal souls with equal rights, equal freedoms, and equal opportunities, where we understand that we all have to live together in harmony. But what is happening in reality? Do you see yourself in harmony? Are you peaceful within yourself, within outside? What is the level of understanding? The root cause is the conflict that gives rise to aggression, that gives rise to jealousy, that gives rise to competition, which is unhealthy. And finally, it also gives rise to hatred. And hatred to the extent of extremism. Today, all the terrorism or the extremism that is happening in the present world is due to such lack of proper understanding, lack of proper relationships, where we are not able to correlate with each other. The greater understanding that we need to have is lacking among ourselves. The greater understanding that we all belong to one family. There is no other planet for us. Though there are many planets physically existing, we need to understand this is the only planet for us as of now and in future also. In this planet also, the magnitude of challenges, issues we face, we need to protect this planet. We need to save this environment. We need to conserve this environment, wildlife, and all the living and non-living beings. Because we are part of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Means we all are one family. We all belong to one family. Lack of this understanding, lack of related together, lack of being related together is what making us, is what is the barrier, the greatest barrier of coming together, going together. We always see differentiation. We don't see the greatest hindrance, the greatest obstacle, the greatest barrier, where a human being is not able to get along with the fellow human being or with the fellow living being or non-living being, is the inability, the lack of understanding, the lack of relationship that the other human being or the other living being or the other non-living being is also one among the species which are entitled, which are equally having the freedom and the right to live in harmony, to live in coexistence, to live in collaboration, cooperation with all the species. We are somewhere forgetting that we are just one among the 8.4 also billions of species. We are nothing great. We are just one among the billions of species which have not more than any privileges, any rights other than any species. That understanding which we are lacking. We are acquiring so many degrees, but they are just a piece of paper that is not providing a wisdom, which is the real wisdom. No matter how many degrees you hold, how many UGs you hold, how many PGs you hold, how many doctorates you do, unless and until you understand that you are just one among these billions of species, and you share this planet, and you share this nature, and you share the resources equally, and you have no right to deprive anyone. You have no right in coming conflict with any other species. That is the day where you actually get your knowledge, your certificate of knowledge. Merely possessing a UG degree or a PG degree or a PhD degree or postdoctoral degree doesn't make you an educated human being, doesn't leave you a human being. Today, these are uneducated, educated. So we need to coin a new term. Illiterates are far better than educated. I would like to mention it in quotes. Why we have to say that? Is it true? Let's explore every one of us. Illiterates are far better than literates today in the kind of understanding they have. Today we are acquiring more and more degrees, and today we are becoming highly judgmental. We are not even in the where teacher, being a teacher, is the highest position or the highest being the teacher is the highest role looked upon, because he holds the position of guru in the society, who can differentiate between what is good and what is bad. But unfortunately, the role whichever we are taking as a teacher doesn't mean those who are formally in schools or formally in colleges or formally in universities or formally in institutions. Teachers can be anyone, can be anywhere. Our parents are our first teachers. We learn so much from them. First, we learn sanskar. Now, that is the greatest lacune among human beings. We don't know. We know how to exchange words, but we don't know how to communicate. Today, that is the greatest problem in this world. We know many words, but we don't know how to use their words. How to use, in what context we have to use such words. Today, we don't know how to communicate. We lost the way of communication. With the emergence of all these IQs and chat, SMS, we forgot how to respectfully communicate. Our parents, elders were teaching us the sanskar to respect. Even the small child is addressed, with their name and in a plural way. Say, suppose we have on this platform, we have many people like Akshay ji, Why we call it as Akshayji or Akshay Garu? Why we address even when Akshay was also as a child? Or we have many people like Sarveshji, Shilpaji, or Srikantji, Maryji, Marthaji, all, or Panduranga. Why? Even in the childhood, we remember, if we can recollect, why our parents were calling us, though we were just born, or whenever we were named with some name to identify. So they were calling us, they were addressing us with due respect and with due acknowledgement, due appreciation, with due recognition. Now today, how we are communicating? There is no respect in the communication. We forgot how to communicate with other person. We highly judge the person based on various factors. What could be those factors? Can anyone share in chat? What could be those factors which are leading to the discrimination? You can feel free to share in the chat box. What are the different ways we start judging the people? Or you can just comment in the chat box. Are you judging the people or not? Let's explore. This is nothing, we are not judging anyone here, but we are trying to explore ourselves, how we are understanding, because that understanding is leading to the proper understanding or to the judgment. There are different ways, where we are judging, or there are different factors for that matter where we are judging people. First, the age criteria. Because that is biological, we can't do anything, right? We are born in this world, and that is decided not by us. Okay, there is also a proposal for that the parents decide, or nowadays lot of other things are also happening. So it is the male and female that decides the birth of the child. So it is the date of conception that decides our age. That is the materialistic understanding. Is it really so that we are entire life process is in our hands? If it is so, we could have created and destroyed life at our ease, at our convenience, as per our requirements. So that is only our conservative understanding. That is only our limited understanding of ourselves, of the world, that we have control of everything, being not able to holistically understand that we are just one among the species of billions of species. And we are not regulating them. We have not created them. In fact, we are not going to destroy. But what we are doing today, we are destroying them. We are encroaching them. We are hunting them. We are killing them. We are inflicting pain to them. Who has given us right to do so? Are we not violating the universal rules and regulations, universal laws that we are binding? We are under the obligation to follow them, because it's all same for everyone. because we all belong to one family and we all have the same planet and we all share the same resources for our health, well-being, and prosperity. And we do not have the right to exploit anyone. But what we are doing, human beings, because of our greed, because of our lack of understanding, because of our lack of relationships with the other beings, some might think we don't have that kind of maturity, that kind of a broader perspective, or that kind of broader understanding that we can think beyond human beings. Of course, not everyone is competent, not everyone is capable, not everyone has that kind of maturity or that kind of understanding where everyone can think so broadly. Not everyone is so broad-minded, and not everyone can think beyond their limited understanding. So for them, they themselves are the only beneficiaries. And for them, entire planet is at their entire species is at their disposal. They do not think of other beings. They do not think of other species on the planet that led to the exploitation of planet. Today, we are suffering. We are paying because of that kind of attitude, that kind of perception, that kind of approach towards our fellow beings, our nature, our environment, that is creating a lot of issues, challenges, not only destroying the planet, but also destroying our own inner peace and harmony. Psychology is not just limited. Psychology is also something we need to understand. How an individual understands himself and the world around himself or herself. Because it is important that the way a person understands himself or herself and looks the world around himself or herself is the starting step of the thought process that leads to behavioral process and then leads to actions. What kind of understanding we have? What kind of understanding we have? What kind of understanding we have developed from our learning experiences, through our education, through our activities that has been taken up since our childhood, that determines how well we are acquainted with the universal truths. Today, the human race is divided in terms of age, gender, race, ethnicity, religion, sect, ethnicity, and a lot of others. Nowadays, various aspects like the position you are holding, the kind of occupation you are into, the kind of education you have acquired, the level of education you have acquired, and the kind of status you hold, and the kind of awards and rewards you get or you have got in the past, and all these and the kind of body you possess, the kind of height you have. Lot of factors are discriminating, and it is making us to have a wrong understanding. The right understanding is that we all belong to one family. We all are human beings. We are no less, no more than any other fellow being. We all are equal. We all have equal opportunities, equal freedom. We talk about freedom today, but we don't encourage others to express their freedom. Once they make some comment, once they make a statement, we respond, we react. So where is the freedom that you are aspiring? The freedom is not you can speak anything, but the other person cannot speak anything. Is that the freedom? Is that the conscious understanding we have? If you have right to say anything about anyone, then the other person has equally the same right to say anything about anyone. Now, a true freedom is one that is when you are able to accept whatever the other person has said it. At least if you don't accept it, at least you are comfortable with what other person has said it. It shouldn't bother you. That is a true freedom which we all need to have. When we talk about right of freedom and expression, which is enshrined in the article of even our constitution, are we truly practicing? Everyone today talks about freedom of expression, freedom of speech and expression. But in the name of freedom of speech and expression, we are abusing others. Now, who has given you right, the freedom of speech and expression? Has given you right to abuse others? Who have given you right, then the other person also has the equal right to abuse you, right? If you think that is the freedom of speech and expression, that is what creating a lot of conflicts in the societies, because you think you have freedom to express anything, but that doesn't mean you can criticize, you can make fun, you can blame, you can cause harm and injury to anyone through speech and expression. Today, the hate speech based on religions, based on caste, based on race, based on ethnicity, based on color, based on societal positions, based on educational qualifications, the kind of speech, the kind of communication, the kind of messages, the kind of programming we are doing today is because of lack of understanding. We are talking about so many advanced concepts today, so many theories, so many communication theories, so many behavioral theories, so many cognitive theories have evolved in the process, but we are lacking the basic understanding. We are discriminating, going on a spree of discriminating people on various grounds. That is what the basic understanding is lacking. We have become highly judgmental because we are not seeing a human being as a human being with equal rights and duties. That is where the greatest change has to come. This psychology week or the month or the year or whatever way it is understood, it is taken, the basic understanding we need to have is everyone has equal rights and you are under the obligation to accept them. When you think that you have the right to freedom of speech and expression, then obviously the other person also has the right of speech and expression. Then where the conflict comes? The conflict comes when we are not able to understand that it is their subjective opinion, or it is based on their own experiences. It is based on their own understanding. Now, we all might have a doubt, or already with this statement or with this proposal which I put forward, maybe we all have started thinking, if we all are equal, yes, we all are equal. We are all human beings, right? We all are human beings. We all belong to one species. For some time, keep the other species aside. So we all have two legs. We all have two hands. We all have 2 ears. Is there anything that the other human being got extra? Of course, that is an exceptional. If some person has got an additional finger or additional leg or additional hand, that's always there. There are certain exceptions. There is no 100% conformity, right? That can also be a deformity. So that needs to be understood in a different context. Let's keep all these aside, because those rarely happen. Those are extremely rare. But what we are doing today, what kind of understanding we are having today is entirely different from what we are having. What is reality is far from reality. Today, we are discriminating. We are discriminating on various grounds. Today, when two people meet each other, we request everyone to be active. We request everyone to be active in chat box. When two persons meet, what are different ways we discriminate? Or what are the different factors that leads to discrimination? Can use chat box to share. Hope you all are attending, listening to me. With your response, I will come to know that you are actively listening to me. And communication is always a two-way. Of course, when a session is being delivered, we always limit the communication so that there is no interruption in the flow of thoughts. And once the session gets completed, we get the opportunity. So in a similar way, it is not the quantity always matters. Quantity again comes, when we have improper understanding. We always think that loud is big. When we see huge audience, like it is not a political meeting to gather lakhs and lakhs of audience, where if you see a huge number of participants, then it is not to be understood as, having a greater impact. Today, lot of programming that happens through media, reaching millions and millions of people. Are they getting change? Today, lot of people are being brought awareness. Lot of governments, lot of private organizations are creating awareness not to use plastic, not to harm fellow species. But, there is a huge income, huge funds, huge number of people engaged. So is that really making a difference? Is that difference a significant difference? How much they are spending and what kind of amount or what kind of impact they are creating? Is that effective? And if it is effective, to what extent it is effective? To what extent it is effective? Has everyone changed? Or has everyone confined to such message, to such communication? If so, why still we have poverty? Why we are accumulating so much wealth? Why we are accumulating so much resources? Why we are not able to disseminate? Why we are accumulating more of wealth in the terms of knowledge, wisdom? Why we are not sharing our wisdom with others? Why we are not sharing resources with others? Why we are not sharing? Can anyone respond in the chat box? It is because lack of understanding. It is lack of basic understanding that we all are human beings. We all belong to one species, and we all have equal rights and equal opportunities. Though there are differences based on various factors, but the gross understanding we need to have is we all belong to the same species. We all belong to one family, and we need to establish the relationships that we all are equal, and we have no rights to exploit any others. We don't have any right to discriminate others, and we do not have any rights to differentiate others. And if at all one has to differentiate, if at all one has to discriminate, if at all one has to show the differences, it has to be in a constructive, it has to be in a productive way. It should always lead to development and prosperity of the individual at an individual level or at large, at a larger level in the society. If that is not leading to such an process or such a goal, then it is not worth. And that's why we are highly judgmental. We are highly discriminative in nature. We always differentiate. We always discriminate each other. That is what that is creating a conflict among us. That is what creating a challenge in promoting peace, because we are always in a conflict. We are always seeing in the perspective of how we can discriminate others, how we can discriminate other beings. It might be a living being or it might be a non-living being. We are always looking forward in terms of not understanding them in a right context, but our perspective, our attitude, or our behavior towards is how to judge them, how to discriminate, how to differentiate. That is where causing a lot of problems in the society, in the community. Otherwise, just imagine, this is just a proposal that is being put by me, or to be assumed as a statement. Let's verify this statement, or let's verify this proposal. Are we not doing that? Everyone, are we not doing that in our day-to-day life? Are we not discriminating? Are we not judging others? Are we not differentiating? Are we not discriminating on various grounds like age, gender, educational qualifications, experience, and based on the discipline of whichever, academic discipline, or the position they hold, or the number of degrees they have, or the number of educational qualifications they have. All these are leading to discrimination, which is restricting our understanding of that we all are human beings and we all have equal opportunities, equal capacities. Even there are subtle differences that is based on lack of proper understanding of ourselves. These differences are why? Then we might have a query or we might have a question. And if we all are same, why these differences exist? Because of lack of understanding, because lack of relationships, that we all are equal and we all are belonging to the same species and same family. We accumulate wealth, we accumulate wisdom, we accumulate the resources for ourselves. We are not willing to share. At least the knowledge we have, the wisdom we have, we are not able to come forward and share to others. That is making, the others unaware of it. See, what is the purpose of acquiring a knowledge? Is to disseminate that knowledge to all others, is to disseminate, share information, the knowledge which we have acquired through our experience, through our academic excellence, or through our understanding, that needs to be shared. Then only there is the purpose of acquiring, the purpose of having the knowledge is served only when it is disseminated. Now, here also we are judging people, discriminating people and differentiating people, the other fellow beings, on the basis of various factors. Now, when disseminating knowledge, when disseminating information, we are also very subjective, selective, and highly judgmental. Whom to share with, where to share with, what to share with, how much to share with. We have established constraints. We have created boundaries within ourselves that there is no free flow of knowledge as much as we can. Why this is not happening? Why? Because are we in constant fear that the knowledge we possess, or we are into an inferiority, or we are into a fear that once we share our knowledge, we will lose our value, or anything, such kind of feelings? You can share in chat box why we are not willing to share our enormous experiences, knowledge with others. Why we are not happily coming forward, willing forward to share knowledge with others, which we have accumulated over the generations. What will happen? Okay, we are not sharing our knowledge, which we have acquired, and we are not sharing with anyone because we have different kind of understanding, and we are not sharing. What will happen? We all are born on one day, we all are going to die on one day, right? Now what is happening? When we die, all that information, all that wisdom that has been acquired by us is lost with us. What is the use of acquiring so much knowledge that is not beneficial to the community? Every opportunity is an opportunity for us to share knowledge. It is not how much people we are disseminating. It is not what kind of people we are disseminating the information, knowledge. At times, we need to, in a formal settings where we need, to disseminate knowledge, to bring on expertise to our younger generations who are taking the specialization, who are taking the discipline forward. In such cases, it is very much required. But in general also, it is required. Today, why many people are not able to understand, not able to support the initiatives taken is only because of lack of understanding. We are not willing to share our information. We are taking up some program. We have devised one policy and it is not reaching the common man. This is not just in our nation. Everything has to be understood at a universal level. Why? At any part of the world. It is applicable to all the nations, all the countries, all the people. Again, let's not limit our understanding. Let's not our narrow understanding come here and play a role here. At least, whatever time we are here, let's have a broader understanding and let's make it applicable to the universe. And let's take this to understand, not again here, coming here, discriminating me or someone else or someone or some organization. Again, let's not limit ourselves to keep judging, to keep differentiating, to keep discriminating in various grounds on various factors. Here, this platform, this time is open to explore, understand beyond what we have learned. Maybe in this process, we have to unlearn many things which we have learned. We have learned so many things, and maybe we have to learn what we have forgot also. Maybe we need to learn that we all are equal human beings with equal rights and responsibilities, equal opportunities, and we have an obligation to give back to the society. We are under the obligation to share the knowledge which we have acquired through our life and process, where it can benefit the society and where it can lead the society to move ahead for prosperity, for peace, and for harmony. That is what the purpose of life is, to enrich the lives of others. As long as we are not doing that, we are not fulfilling our life. And again, that is also subjective. As I already mentioned, not everyone has that kind of maturity or that kind of level of understanding, because he, she has not got the opportunity to explore himself or herself in such an understanding. Again, this may be due to various reasons. Maybe they have not brought up or they are not born in such an environment where there is an opportunity to explore the world within themselves and within outside world, due to various reasons like socio-economic, cultural reasons, and many other factors. They might not have experience because their environment is different from what the other environment is or what the reality is. Today, many people are dying with hunger. Many people are dying with malnutrition, undernutrition, or for that matter, because of selective eating or selective consumption of selective products. We are also having overnutrition also. For certain elements of our nutrition, they are consumed in excess, where certain are consumed not adequately. Because of that also we are seeing. I'm not getting into the statistics by, I don't want to be purely sound, with usual figures pounding upon you, because this platform has seen various speakers from diverse disciplines. And, even I also talked earlier about when we were commemorating days on World Hunger Day, various days. Daily we are commemorating so many days. So we have spoken about this many times. So I don't want to get into all those things and have our time consumed again repeating the same things. But the fact is, every 5 minutes, one person is dying with hunger. Now, who is responsible for this? And do you know how much we produce? We produce anywhere. Do not get into statistically verifying this. It may be here or there. We are again not here to judge. As already mentioned, a disclaimer in the very first statement itself. So it may be, the figures may be varying and it keeps changing. Also, it is not a constant. So this can be verified at any certain point of time. Maybe a report that has been given by FAO or United Nations. So it may not be latest, but the recent understanding we have, every 20 seconds, 40 seconds, one person is committing suicide worldwide. Every 5 hours, a person is dying with hunger or malnutrition because of, we have high mortality rates. And no doubt we are reaching far heights, we are reaching other planets, we are, we are acquiring more and more science and technology. But what is happening? We are not able to understand our fellow human being. We are not able to relate to our own fellow human being. We are not able to relate to our own environment, our own plants. Without environment, can we survive? We are highly dependent on our environment. Why we are saying is, without air, can we survive? Without breathing, beyond a minute, can you survive? Of course, there are some exceptional people who have attained, who can stay without breathing for even 20 minutes. We have seen many people. It is also possible by reducing metabolic rate and all other things scientifically also. So we have discussed it earlier, and also we can discuss in some other context where, we can also talk about that purely in scientific basis. But what we are trying to say is, based on their practice and based on their, understanding and based on their lifestyle and habits, one has been able to achieve a greater amount of time where they can live without breathing. And again, individual skills, individual knowledge, individual practice has made them. These differences are only because of one's efforts, one's knowledge, one's skills, and that has come purely because of their interest. Everyone has equal opportunity to become doctor, become a scientist, or become a teacher, but it's only our interest, our inclination, our guidance which we got, our support which we have received, maybe within ourselves, or might be our inspiration which we have received or which we have developed to certain personality, to certain profession, to certain academic discipline that has made today settle or contributing to that profession. All professions are equally important. Today we might be doctor, I might be a doctor, I might be a behavioral professional. I might be a professional social worker. I might be a professor. I might be a scientist, but still, I cannot do everything by myself. If my trash is not collected by my fellow human being who is doing a great service of collecting the garbage, collecting the waste from my household, what will happen? Will I be able to live in peace and harmony? If the food gets, the leftovers are getting rotten in the same dustbin for days together, will I be able to live in harmony, peacefully, in my house or in my office or in my community? I may be anything. I may be the world's richest person or the highest intellectual, or I may be anything, or you may be anything, but all professions, all activities are also equally important. We need to understand. When we will understand, when we have the right understanding that all human beings are equal and we all belong to one family. And do we discriminate our own brothers and sisters? That is also happening because of this lack of understanding, lack of right relationships. Today, we are seeing more, at least earlier, or even now also. I am not completely saying that everyone is doing that. Always there is an exception. I always reiterate, it has to be taken in a broader sense. Today, even those are lacking. We are seeing a lot of reports where son or daughter is killing their father or mother for the property, or brother is killing sister, or siblings are killing each other for different reasons. They are not able to live together. Why all these things are happening? Because lack of proper understanding, lack of proper relationships. We are not able to identify with each other how we are related. We are not able to appreciate the individual differences. We are looking at the differences only for discrimination. That is creating a lot of conflicts among us. As long as we try to see that all these differences need to be appreciated. When we call university in diversity, what does that mean? No other country in the world, we are very fortunate, those who are joining from India. I will tell you, we are the most fortunate people on the planet, because no other country has got such a rich diversity on the planet. We are diverse. We have rich diversity in all aspects. We have rich diversity in the age of population. We have rich diversity in the color of population. We have rich diversity in terms of food, the kind of varieties of foods available. We are having rich diversity in terms of nature, in terms of, species. We are diverse in cultures. We are diverse. We have rich diversity in religions. We have rich diversity in cultures and traditions. So all these diversities, we cannot find them anywhere else. This kind of diversity we will not find in any country, of the world. We are diverse. We are having such great diversity. And we are able to appreciate. Here, we are able to appreciate because we are in such an environment where we have got the opportunity to understand this diversity. Otherwise, See, the problem here is when we don't have the environment, that kind of environment, how do we understand? First of all, when we are not exposed to such diversity, how do we understand this diversity? Is what? First of all, we should be exposed to so much of diversity. Then we will appreciate the unity. What is commonality? The very first common among us is we all are human beings, right? Are we anyone, or is anyone differing that we are not human beings? At least here, we all are human beings, right? So we all belong to one species. Now that itself, there is a greater similarity, right? What else you need? We all are human beings. We all belong to one species. See how much similarity is there. But what we are focusing? We are focusing on various other factors like age. Maybe some are young, some are older, and based on qualification, some might, because most of our platform has, minimum average of PG student, and we have emeritus professors also as participants and speakers. So that is, large, average participants we have on this platform. So assuming we do have other, but there are significantly less. When we talk about, significance, we all talk in terms of significance. So there are also other participants, rarely attend from, school students or UG students or even below level, but they are very rare. So most are, either they are such cases where they have huge lot of experience without formal or basic formal education. They are having decades of experience. So we are somewhere differentiating, discriminating ourselves on various grounds. That is leading to conflicts. That is leading to various conflicts within the community, among ourselves, among individuals, and within the community. That is what, really changing the things. That is what preventing us in moving forward with right kind of understanding and right kind of relationships. Now, what is that we can do? Okay, we are talking about so many are there and this. What is that we can do as a psychologist, as a counselors, as a behavioral professionals, as social workers? What we can do to reduce this or to minimize this or to prevent this? To have a proper understanding that we all are first human beings. All these next, which comes religion, caste, creed, they can live, they are entirely dependent on human beings. First of all, just imagine there is no human being, where these religions will be. They will automatically disappear, right? Human beings can exist without any religion. But can religion survive without any human being? You can respond in chat box. Can religion survive without human beings? That itself says, that religion is not essential. For any human being, to be a good human being, you don't need any religion. By this, I don't say that I am against a religion or against religion. It is our individual result, and our individual, even our constitution has provided right to religion. But that doesn't mean But are we truly abiding to that? Why a lot of conversions are happening among one religion to another religion? So they do not understand actually. These all are happening because they do not understand their own religion first. In the very first place, the people who are promoting such things do not understand their own religion. Because of that only they engage in such things. Because religion is something which we have taken or which we were given because of we are born in that community. It's just like wearing one shirt or trouser or one clothing, because you are born in that, you have been given. See, the gross understanding we need to have is human being can happily live without any religion. But now the greatest cause, the greatest conflict that is happening is because of religion. Why we are talking about religion is it is creating the divisions in the society. It is promoting extremism. This religious extremism is leading to terrorism, is creating differences among people. It is not making people live together. It is dividing the people in the name of religion and promoting conversions among religion. First of all, religion is not necessary for the human being. Human beings can live without religion happily. Even a person without a religion can live happily, but religion cannot live with a human being. That kind of understanding we are lacking. That's why we are so entangled, enslaved within our own religion, that we are not able to come out of our religion. And we believe that our religion only is the highest or, the most, and we are discriminating other religions on various grounds again. Of course, it should be like worship your own and respect all. Because when you are talking about freedom, then you want your freedom to be exercised and you don't want others to exercise their freedom. You want to impose certain religion, certain belief system, certain practices on them. But you want your own belief system or your own religion or your own system to be followed by you at your own choice and convenience, but you don't want others to follow there. What kind of approach is this? Now, are we not behaving like a sadist, psychos, narcissistic? We want everyone to follow. We want only our thing to be imposed, superimposed on every individual. We want to try to convert all the world into one religion. We need to understand these religions. Why we are talking? Because the hate speech, which is promoted by certain religions, are creating disharmony. Because they all emerged from the concept of differentiation and discrimination only. How these new religions, how these new belief systems are emerging? Because they are differentiating, they are discriminating existing systems and they are evolving. So their nature of own existence is by exploiting, by discriminating, and by differentiating the existing systems. And what best you can expect from such a thing, which is born out of discrimination? Can you expect that that will bring out a non-discriminated society, a non-discriminated community? It can never bring, because it itself is lacking the understanding of what a harmony is, what a peace is. It itself emerged from a gross misunderstanding. So it will never bring you peace or harmony in this world. It will only bring disharmony. It will only bring conflicts. It will only bring wars. It will only exploit the other beings. So whom we are exploiting? Our own human beings. Now, what kind of maybe we should call these as an industries or a business houses where they just want to promote their business, sell their products, religious products. They are not promoting humanity. Are they really promoting? If they have been promoting humanity, then they could see every human being as a human being, irrespective of their religious affiliation. But is it so? We talk about secularism. Does all religions respect all other religions and follow all other festivals? You just name it. You see, observe yourselves. How many religions are following other religions' festivals, celebrating other religion festivals, and which religion is promoting, which belief system is promoting secularism? And which, through that secularism, when we talk about secularism, it's not that one religion promoting secularism and other religions are spreading venom on that religion or that belief system or that culture and tradition. This is where we lack understanding. Today, we are enslaved in our own understanding, and that is preventing to understand that human beings can live without religion, but religion cannot live without human beings. And religion has become, religion has made human beings so judgmental that they are not able to appreciate other human beings of different religions. Again, now we need to seriously think whether we have to be with such religions which make us inhuman, which make us highly judgmental, which make us highly discriminative. We need to think over, because that is not making us to live as a human being with humanity. We are always discriminated because certain religions, certain castes, certain creeds, certain belief systems are always in a discrimination spree. Every moment, every second, they are differentiating, discriminating, abusing, spitting venom through hate speech. So are we promoting such religions, such belief systems, such customs and traditions? Or we are with systems which promote secularism, which promote humanity. We are human beings first. When we are born with as a human being, and humanity is our first religion. What is our ultimate goal as a human being is to live in harmony, live in peace with our community, within our planet. We have no right as a human being, as we are one among the species, we have no right to discriminate, to judge anyone on this planet. The moment you do, now you are the one who needs to be corrected in the very first place. No one is going to teach you all this. No one is going to tell you all this, because all have vested interest. They want to promote their business. They want to promote their own religion. They want to promote their own belief system. They want to promote their own. That's why they keep discriminating. That's why they keep differentiating. That's why they spread this hate speech on others so that they leave them and come to you. But is this the development? Will this lead to peace and harmony on the planet? Never, never and ever. Do you believe that this will bring peace and harmony in the society? It will never bring. That is why today we are lacking, because we are thinking that these are very important. But we need to understand that these are the things which are not important, which are least important for us. Least important in the sense, I am not here promoting atheism. We all should follow religion, no doubt about it. The religion which promotes peace, the religion which promotes harmony, the religion which supports coexistence, and that is nothing but humanity. Humanity should be our religion where we can support, we can promote each other with equal opportunities, with equal facilities, with equal resources, without any discrimination, without any differentiation, without any judgmental attitude or approach or perspective. That will only truly lead to a harmonious, peaceful society. Today we are talking about global peace. Today we are talking about global harmony. But when we will come, when we will achieve that, only when we have that right kind of understanding, when we have that right kind of perspective, then only we will be able to truly live in harmony. Unless and until, we will not be able to live in harmony. So get rid of all these clutches of these, whatever it is called as religion, caste, creed, all are created by human beings only. They are purely optional. Take it for granted and just observe yourself. Come out of clutches of these. There is nothing wrong. Worship your own, but respect all. Try to live in harmony. It is like you may eat idli, you may like idli, or someone might like it vada, someone might like dosa, someone else might like something else. But that should not lead to a conflict among us. That is what we need to understand. That is the kind of right understanding we have to develop with all those aspects which are impacting us. It can be religion. Religion also should be seen in such a way. It should not be that you are belonging to a particular religion. That means you have to be discriminated, or you have to be judged, you have to be biased, you have to be prejudiced. Like you are taking, idli, or you are wearing, some might wear dhoti, some might wear trouser, some might wear blazer. It should be same seen in such a way. Okay, fine. No discrimination should be done on the basis of religion. If any religion is promoting discrimination, hatred, that is not worth practicing. Remember, you explore yourself. It is better to really get away with that kind of religions today, because that is no longer promoting any peace, harmony in the society on the planet. It is not worth practicing, which are promoting hatred, which are creating divisions in the society. So we are not here to discuss on religion, but we have taken that as a factor. Like age, we have discussed. On the basis of age, we have been discriminating. You are younger than me, or you are older than me. That shouldn't be the factor for discrimination. And body should not be factor for discrimination. You may be healthier than me. You may be, in terms of body type, you may be lean or you may be fat. So that shouldn't be a factor for discrimination. Or you may be taller or you may be smaller than me. But that shouldn't be a factor for discrimination. You might have more degrees than me. You might be having less degrees than me, or more educational qualification or less educational qualification. That shouldn't discriminate me. That shouldn't, discriminate the other person based. This should not be a factor of discrimination. I may be having more experience or less experience than you. Again, that should not be a factor for discrimination. differentiation. See, I can say, as our friends are saying, differentiation is there. We need to differentiate, but not for discrimination and, not negatively. It should not always, it should be a positive. Like we need to differentiate because we need to move on to further levels. So it should always be constructive, productive. See, why we say we have first class, second class, third class, fourth class, fifth class. We have UG, PG, even MPhil research program, then PhD, then postdoctoral. So these are all differentiation only, a kind of differentiation, but that is constructive, that is productive, that we are moving a higher level. But we should not treat human beings only based on one having, you will be only respected if you have a PhD. You will be only respected if you have a postdoctoral. You will be only respected if you have a PG. You will be only respected or you will be treated equal only if you have a UG. That should not be there. That is what, people are so, possessed or, so used to that. We are discriminating people on various grounds, various facts like sect, not only, and creed, ethnicity. All these factors are leading to disharmony, disrespect, and conflicts. And these are creating a war-like situation where violence, hatred, hate speech is being used as a tool, as a strategy, as a method to create disharmony, to create imbalance in the harmony, or which is creating disharmony in the society. So we need not learn, we need not study, we need not have so much of experience. This is, first we need to understand that we are human beings. We all are equal. We all are respectful. We need to respect each other. Leave all these things aside, whether you are educated or not, even illiterate has to be also equally respected because he is also a human being. She is also a human being. And she is also having equal rights on the natural resources on this planet as we have. So the discrimination, the right kind of education, this kind of education is being somewhere lacking in the formal education system. Of course, they are more focused, they are more skill-based, because we need to acquire certain skills as part of the discipline. And we are focused. There is nothing wrong also, in fact, because their prime purpose, their goal or objective is to develop an attitude, a perspective to develop those skills to excel. They are not giving degree in, everything, like a holistic education. They are giving degree in that discipline only. Whether you get degree or a PhD in education or a PhD in psychology or PhD in cognitive sciences or PhD in neurosciences, or you are getting a degree in that discipline only. You are not getting degree in anything. So education is designed in such a way, this formal education or the modern education is designed in such a way to promote, specialization, not to promote universal values or not to promote this universal education. So definitely you can't expect too much from that education system also, because this is what to be taught at the family level, at the society level, at the community level. Or maybe if again there is a proposal that we need to also teach this, then that's how this recent initiative of AICT, Human Values Education, comes into place. And recently they have launched this minor degrees, major degrees, electives. But again, that is also only restricted to technical education. And again, that option is not available in arts, humanities, and social sciences and other. That is purely restricted to technical education only. They have electives like universal health, this UHV concept, which is a very good strategy to develop a right kind of understanding. So maybe we need to, if we have to, say that even that kind of degree also we should have, then there is nothing wrong. Like we have, degrees and academic qualifications or a formal structure in various disciplines. Maybe we can have that value education formal, like we have Brahma Kumaris, they are providing spiritual education. They are providing this value education through various courses. Though informal education awareness is there through various centers across the world. And at the same time, they have collaborative MOUs with other universities, academic institutions, research institutions, where they are providing these formal educational qualifications like diploma, PG diploma, or masters. Maybe I'm not sure about at MPhil level or PhD level, but maybe these are also necessary. Sometimes we see, that's why we say, we should not be so judgmental, highly discriminative. Everyone, when we talk about right to speech and freedom, then we should also, have provide opportunity for every science, every discipline to explore themselves. Because this modern science is just 200, 300 years, and thanks to this modern science and technology, it has paved way. But unfortunately, because of lack of understanding, lack of proper relationships, we have used science in a destructive way. Today, United Nations is talking about sustainable development. We are talking about climate change. We have accelerated this climate change, and we have promoted with this, this white revolution, green revolution. But we have exploited science in such a way that it has created disasters to us, rather than, of course, in a short term, it has been a boon to us through white revolution, blue revolution, green revolution. But in the long run, it has created a huge disaster for us. Today, though we were able to appreciate at that time, but now we are not able to appreciate them because they are no longer sustainable. They have destroyed the ecosystems. They have destroyed the diversity. They have exploited the land. They have exploited the natural resources. And they have exploited even the human livelihood, and they have become dependent. Earlier, farmers used to do this multi-cropping, but now with the industrial farming and one crop. So earlier we see in our good old days, because even my grandfathers also, most of us, we are agrarian society, and our ancestors always belong to agriculture. So we all are belonging to agriculture family only. No matter present generation or past generation might be into some kind of occupation, but basically we all belong to farmer family. So we know, we used to have these cattle in our homes, households, right? Because that gave, lot of, they were also family members. They were working equally. They were treated equally at par with us. They are treated like our own siblings. These cows and oxes, they were carrying out all the activities. They were coming to us to the fields. Now we have tractors and all the modern machinery. Earlier, they were working more harder than us. They were used in transporting, in plowing the land, and they were, giving organic manure to us in the form of cow urine. It may be taken, just I'm taking cow as it can be buffalo or any cattle for that matter. Cattle excrete that is used as organic manure, like urine, dung, and, has been used as organic manure. And there are a lot of, they were contributing in the labor, overall production. They were part, even no one was there at home also. Even, there was no thefts that were happening. Even no other people also with, misintentions or ill intentions could enter our house, because there were some, animal beings living with us, and they wouldn't allow, they are very intelligent also. They wouldn't allow any strangers to come. Even if they come also, they cannot just, do whatever they want. They were keeping an eye on them. They were alerting them. See, but what is happening with the modern day agriculture, modern day practices? We are cultivating only one thing. Even the sustainable agriculture has lost, our fields, because I am also closely related. We also own certain portion of land. Even today also, we do agriculture, though I am a professional. But still, that we should not forget, because no matter what you become, you need to cultivate crops that will only give food. We cannot eat chips, not that potato chips. No, we cannot eat these silicon chips and stay alive. We need food to live, and there is no other alternative. Either you make, these supplements. They are also again from lab. They have their own this thing. You cannot replace the food with all the supplements. Because of that only today we are facing a lot more problems. We are not eating, a complete diet, and we are taking supplements, and that is not adequate. Even scientists, when doctors are saying, many research from Lancet and various journals are saying, supplements are not a replacement, not a substitute to the food. We need to take proper diet and health and nutrition. We need to take it. Supplements are coming for rescue only when we are not able to get adequate nutrition from the daily food we consume, or where we develop a condition where a certain nutrient cannot be consumed by the body from the food we take. So in an exceptions, always we talk, when we are talking something, we need to understand there are certain exceptions also. Even when we look at the research, we have this standard deviation, right? We have these extremities always there. And that extremities, that presence of extremities always will mislead our research also most of the times. Because of this presence of, that's why the selection of sample for the universe or the population is very important in our research as well. Because if the sample is not a true representative, we can end up with extremities on either ends, and our entire research will give us a different outcome, and we cannot generalize, and generalizing such research will always leads to some policies and programs which will not benefit the society, because it's not a truly representation of the society, and that may not be the right solution to be implemented that can benefit all. These are certain research, this is quite possible, and that is also quite evident in research community, scientific community, because science itself is its infancy. As we have said, the modern science has evolved just 200, 300 years, but we were available. I mean, we existed since years, billions and millions of years. Even before modern science has emerged, there was perfect natural science that was existing. The entire universe, even before human beings evolved, plants, animals were living together in harmony. There was perfect balance. How could this planet survive since so many years, billions and millions of years? And now why? What happened after evolution of human beings, after evolution of this modern science and technology? We are destroying the entire planet. Today, we are observing minus 80 degrees at polar regions is now plus 20 degrees. Now, who is responsible for that? So all these we need to relook upon. It's not, criticizing our own science and technology, or it's not the fault of science and technology. Let me reiterate my statement. It is the fault of human beings that we have misused the science and technology. Science and technology should progress for a better understanding, for a better development, for sustainable development, not for destruction of the planet. We have misused for our own greeds, for our own, vested interest. We have exploited science and technology, and we also undermine our fellow beings, species. Today, we have exploited our own nature, our rivers, which were, treated at par with divinity. Today, we are not able to see. We have taken out divinity from the nature. That is how our great Sanatana Dharma has taught the entire, human being race to see every tree, every rock, every animal as divinity. That's why we see, a lot of gods also. Animals are being treated as gods, and divinity has been imbibed. Even rivers, we see these, Kumbh Melas organized for every year, every river, every 12 years. Why we are organizing? Because we are protecting them in the form of divinity in them. Otherwise, what we will do? We'll pollute them. What we are doing now, what our scientific community is saying, how polluted rivers are there. How safe is it to drink or use? Now, who has polluted all these rivers? We human beings. Can we deny that? Who is destroying the entire planet is we human beings. Now we are responsible, we are accountable, we are answerable. Can we deny that we have destroyed? No. We are the cause. Now what is required is, we are talking about sustainable development. This year is decade of restoration. If you don't restore by 2030, then every day will be a disaster. Now, who is paying for that? So, okay, this will go on and on. Thank you for having a discussion on this. In fact, we had a different discussion, but we'll take it up after this session. We were supposed to discuss on So we were supposed to discuss today on emerging and latest trends in psychology. We'll take it up after this session. Now, today we have our guest, chief guest and speaker, eminent speaker, and also a scientist who have accepted our invitation and graced this occasion to join us. Let me take some time, just a few moments, to introduce our speaker for the day. Yeah. So we welcome you all once again to this international conference on psychology. Today we have with us Sri Bharati Mallayya Garu. He has nearly 4 decades of diverse combined experience in research and development, and as well as IT industry. And he is presently the Senior Director of Engineering for Blueberry Semiconductors in Bangalore. And he is also owning Concept to System Engineering Consultancy, providing system engineering solutions from conceptual stage to product realization for avionics, automotive, industrial, and consumer systems. And he also served major positions, held major positions as senior scientist in ISRO for the development of onboard computer systems for launch vehicles, ASLV, PSLV, and GSLV. And he also held program management of Thomson Multimedia USA Offshore Development Center, ODC in India. And he was also head of ODC for Renesas Electronics Japan, and also was GM for Saint Hyderabad, and also was consultant practice head for L&T Technology Services, Bangalore. And he was delivering various sessions, and his interest lies in topics such as consciousness, engineering, power of silence, stress-free living, immunity, power of soul, leadership empowerment, mental illness, meditation for daily life, happiness forever. And he addressed similar mind, thoughts, and meditation-related topics to corporates and institutions like Dell, Cognizant, FACT, PHEL, ENY, Cochin Shipyard, Apollo Tyres, KSEB, Muthoot, Auto, IT organizations in Infopark, Kerala, etc., only to list a few. And he is associated with Brahma Kumari's institution for the last 22 years and practicing the spiritual values taught by the institution. He is also part of the core group of Brahma Kumari's research wing, serving organizations and IT industry for bringing value-added work culture and balanced lifestyle. And he has various academic qualifications to his credit, completed engineering with honors from PhD Tech in Electronics and Communications, and also certified course in Systems Engineering at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So with this short introduction, we welcome Bharat Malaya ji on this wonderful occasion of commemoration. Sir, you can unmute yourself and you can start your video. And, you can make your presentation. We welcome you. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us. We request you to deliver your talk on sustainable happiness. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, Om Shanti. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for the good introduction, and also you have been generically giving a very good, covering very good understanding and the current state of things in your session. I was just listening to some of them actually. It's nice. So, may I go with sharing my screen? Okay.
Yes, sir, you can share.
It says host only. So I think
are you using different IDs, sir?
No, I'm using, I don't know whatever link is given to me in that I'm trying to log in and using it actually.
Because the ID from which your audio video is enabled, that has permissions to share.
Okay.
You can click on share screen, sir. Once you have.
I'm clicking share screen, but it is asking who can share. Host only, it says.
Okay.
But I've been put as
Let me give you permissions again, sir. I will remove the permissions and assign you again so that there might be some technical. Now you can try once, sir.
Yeah. Okay, it is taking up.
Okay. Hope you are able to share, sir.
I'm trying now, yeah.
Okay, sir. Take your time. Yes, sir. It's visible now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's full screen now.
Is it full screen is seen now?
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Okay. Okay, good.
But we can't see your video, sir.
Oh, okay, fine.
Your audio is clear. Screen is visible.
Okay.
You're comfortable, you can switch on audio. Otherwise, it's also fine.
Yeah. Let me see. I can able to put on my things.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now you are even visible.
Visible actually. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone. So this session, I am trying to address about the happiness, which is one of the most important quality which we all should have it or should be looking for it actually. And happiness, also we are adding another term here, a sustainable happiness. So which means that how consistently we can able to maintain those happiness, whatever we are looking for it actually. Now, the first and foremost thing is am I able to maintain, or is it possible, or is it feasible to sustain the happiness actually? So the major question comes, is possible to have some happiness sometimes, but sometimes not possible to have happiness, because we may see that happiness is identified with some factors, like if I have a wealth and health, then happiness is there. Or recent days, the health conscious is more, so we say health is the wealth, health is there, wealth is there, happiness will be there actually. But these are the factors which is going to decide our happiness. So even if health is there and wealth is there, happiness is there, but again, our systems are undergoing into some kind of variations all the time actually. So then it is not a sustainable one. Sometimes it may be there, sometimes it may not be there, which means the happiness, as long as it is a dependent one, then it is not a sustainable one. So which one is true in that case? So both the things are, seems to be some kind of a dependencies there. My health should be all right, then I'll become happy, or my wealth I should have enough wealth to remain happy. But originally, if we see it, we should be happy in order to be healthy and in order to be wealthy also actually, which means happiness is, first of all, is it a dependent one or an independent one? This should be understood by us. If it is dependent, definitely it is cannot claim it as all the time it will be there, because the dependent factor should be available all the time if we want to keep it sustainable actually. So this leads to us to think that is it independent actually. So if we really say it, we experience many times momentary happiness. So momentary happiness due to it is all highly events dependent. Some events which give us joy, which make us to happy, feel happy, or it could be some kind of stimulus based, or it could be based on some kind of results oriented. We achieve certain things, certain targets, certain scores, whatever it is, we are targeting for it. And based on that also, we may be momentarily happy. But then that is not sustainable, because every time we may not achieve. Sometimes we achieve, sometimes we may not achieve. And if happiness is depends on that, then it is may or may not actually. But then sustainable happiness should be what? A sustainable happiness means it should be independent, and it should have a natural quality, it should be our natural quality, which means it should be an imbibed one, or which should be naturally available with us all the time, and which should be inbuilt, which means I should be owning it all the time, irrespective of external factors. So, if so, that means we could able to create our own happiness into us actually. And that is where we try to analyze first. If so, then what are the reasons for not having happiness all the time? Why we are not able to maintain our happiness all the time? So if you analyze, you can identify the scenarios. So maybe whoever is there here can think of that what are the scenarios which made me not happy actually? And what is the root cause? Why I was not happy in the situations? So if you see it, probably it could be some expectations, what is not met, or it could be somebody could be not delivered whatever you wanted, or etc., etc. There could be multiple reasons where either you point out your actions, what you performed, or you point out to somebody who could not do or fulfill whatever you wanted actually. But then every time you see that happiness is having some kind of a dependency, because of that, you are not having the happiness all the time. Okay, so if so, then did I analyze any time that who am I looking for this kind of happiness? Did you understand myself? Did you understand the true self of mine? Is it, what are my built-in qualities actually? So that, is it something which I become independent of it actually? So when we analyze, you try to see then why that distraction happened actually. So there are some distracting component within us which has caused this kind of non-sustainable happiness actually. So it could be whatever I feel, sometimes the behavioral traits which is embedded in our old sanskar would have come and interfered and made me to feel unhappy with the things. Or it could be lack of or lesser awakened intellect. My intellect is not awakened at that right time to face that situations or analyze the situations in the right way. Or my mind could be, many times when the situation happens, it could be wandering with thoughts, what to do, how to overcome. So when such kind of scenarios, when you're facing it, and if your mind is wandering, definitely it takes away your happiness, which means we are not able to use our own true qualities and the true powers built in with us actually. This is because how do we overcome this kind of things is not understood by many of us actually. And this is where we see that one missing dimension in our life is not embedding the spirituality into our practical life. So if you take my journey, after I come into these spiritual practices and spirituality for the last more than 2 decades, I could see the answers for which I could not find it before I was coming into the spirituality actually. Like the qualities, what I thought that I should look from outside, I came to know that it is within us actually. For example, we used to look for peace from outside, but we learned here that peace is within us. We look for happiness outside, but we learned that it is within us. Only we should know how to discover it actually. So if I see now, one of the trend what is happening is the spirituality was a missing dimension, I said. But then when I try to find out what is the trend data with respect to spirituality, in the last 10, 15 years, if I look at the data, it shows that the interest on spirituality over a time is multiplying and it is growing now actually. So the time has come now for most of us not to postpone the spiritual aspects to the life of after retirement, rather than embed that spirituality as you are now and as soon as possible actually. Because we realized later that we could have done it much before actually all these things. Rather than that, as we are getting more and more information now, what the spirituality can do for us, and that is how it's going to bring value into my life, it's important to bring that dimension into a practical life, which is very much missing in the early days actually, where it was thought that it is not as of now, it may be as a post-retirement or later part of life, etc., etc. So what is required now? So basically, we need to, there is a need, or we need to, or there is a need for an elevated knowledge of understanding the self first. Many times we are missing this actually. We are getting high qualifications, but who am I? Attaining all these things, what is my inner values? What are my built-in values? We have had a very minimum knowledge about it actually. Whatever we use it, whatever we apply it, we think that, okay, that is what we are actually. But truly speaking, that is much more than that actually. So we need to have this elevated knowledge of the self. Once we understand the self, then how to enhance or empower the self by connecting with someone who is higher than us, whom we call as supreme or whatever form you say, then how to recharge the self actually. So basically, if you see, we are all a metaphysical beings, and as a metaphysical being, we can connect with the supreme who is having the ocean of energy and then derive whatever you want it actually. And then inculcate also the learnings in our life. We learn many things when we cross through at different phases of our life, at different walks of our life, at different roles when we play it also. We learn many things actually, and inculcate those good learnings in our life. And plus, not only you learn it, you have to help others also to inculcate. Why? Because it's important to contribute to the society, whatever you get it. At the same time, also bring a collective consciousness about the awareness about all these things actually. And this needs fundamentally, we have been so far been working on an external mode and then try to take it into inside. But now here is the place where with your knowledge of the self, understanding that your own built-in qualities and potentials are, which is constant and which is permanently available, we should learn to shift our consciousness from external to internal actually. So this means we need to develop the freedom of how best we can able to do, and how best we can able to be free from those influencing factors which makes us to drive from external to internal actually. And this is where the learning about the self helps you, and empowering the self helps you to overcome these influencing factors which is otherwise dominating on us actually. And if you understand yourself, then within the self, you can discover those powers and virtues which are within us, which can help us to lead a beautiful life filled with all-time happiness, peace, joy, everything actually. Irrespective of the materialistic things, whatever you have it, you possess it, irrespective of that, you can really enjoy your life with your built-in assets, which is a part of the self. So applying these powers and virtues in time will result in immense happiness actually. which once you understand about yourself, then you will also discover those powers, those virtues, which are going to be very, very useful in every situation and every practical walk of life. It can be applied actually. So, by moving from external to internal, when you take up your internal control, what are the benefits? So the benefits are control our own destiny rather than considering as a fate being largely determined by external forces. When we depend on external factors, if something not favorable, we say that it is not in my fortune or it is my fate. But when you're taking it to internal, it is completely available and you can drive whatever you want actually. So you will be free from blaming on the destiny, blaming on that it's a fate actually. And you work on your personal resilience. So when I say personal resilience, it means your power to face against the situations which could be stressful, which could be pressurizing, whatever it could be, but you have the power to face it. You have the power to overcome it actually. When you work on with your internal controls, and it enables focusing on the things we can control. Whatever may be the external situations, but internally, if I am in control of me, then I don't allow that stimulus or that situations or that upheavals entering into me or influencing me actually. So what I need is basically I need to have the control on myself actually. Completely I should have the control on myself. So that is completely possible when I work on my internal control actually. That is shift my consciousness from external to internal actually. And I feel more empowered when we recognize that what we can control, obviously, because with the external things, there are many are not in my hand, not in my control. But whereas if I move from external to internal and then start driving the external things based on my internal powers, then I know that I am more empowered and I can do what I want in a better controlled way, which means I get my controlling power, right? So this is very, very interesting actually. So that's why all these things, if you see it, entirely based on how we think about the things actually. So everything what is happening around our thoughts, it is going to decide that what it is going to be there. So it's very, very important to focus on what kind of thoughts I am creating it actually. When I see certain events, certain situations, am I creating the thoughts which is empowering me, or am I creating the thoughts which is causing a depression, a fear, or whatever it is actually? It is completely in my hand actually. Whenever I am in internal, from external to internal, then I am aligned to create those thoughts which is aligning with my original behaviors, which are embedded into me, like peace, purity, love, happiness, etc. actually. So which makes me very stable and which makes me more controlled way to handle the situations. So to shift basically from external to internal, certain practicing is required. And what are those processes by which you make this shift actually, right? So let us try to understand that also. So far we talked about what is important, why it is important, what benefits it is there when I shift from external to internal, and then how to shift to internal. In that, what kind of process which can help me to shift to internal actually. So in that way, the first is, let us understand that any situations, whatever comes in front of me, aware that I have a choice. It's not that I have to get imbibed by or I get influenced by whatever is coming in front of me, but I can use my intellect and exercise a choice. So realizing that it can be, even if you realize it, that itself can be a liberating and empowering for us actually. So the first and foremost thing is I should understand that I have a choice in any situation to choose what I want or what I don't want actually. So this itself is mostly, or it is realizing it itself makes us be free or get liberated from that situations and empowering us to take the right choice to overcome it actually. Apart from that, suppose there are some situations where you have multiple options actually, then take some time to review your options, write down your options, and while writing the options, don't get into evaluation of judgmental so that you can tap your creativity to allow it to come, whatever it comes actually. It's very important. Many times we become judgmental and remove the options actually. First, you should not be judgmental, but you should allow those creativity to start working and list out all those things, whatever you want. And it can remind you that what you can control. Because once all options are listed, then we are very clear that what we can control and what we cannot control actually, right? And if you need some more ideas, don't hesitate, ask for ideas, brainstorm with your companions, friends, and see the options, what you are trapped, the mindset cannot see. Then sometimes what happened is our mindset will be such a way that beyond which we will not be able to think about it, but then be free to brainstorm and get those things and then choose what the best for you, so that this will open your eyes to the amount of choices you have in a given situation actually, so that you are more liberated and more empowered to take the right call in any given situations, so that those situations will not take away your happiness and you can sustain your happiness in spite of whatever may be the situations, what is going to be there, or you can sustain your stability first actually. So remember your choices so that will help to apply when trapped in any such frustrating situations for you. So it's very, very important that what kind of possibilities are there, and you can see these new possibilities. If you start practicing these things, this will become your habit actually. So anytime anything comes, it will also automatically controls your thought process also and brings out a kind of a way in which you're trying to do the things actually. But while doing this type of exercise and during this journey, please understand we need to be a little more aware certain things which can come and deter this process actually. So whenever you do this type of observations and whenever you try to analyze the situations, you will be talking to yourself first, right? That time, observe your self-talk, what it is, what kind of talks are happening inside, which is reflecting what kind of thoughts the mind is producing actually. So make sure that it is more positive and more oriented towards your original soul nature actually. And when you do this kind of things, remember to phase out phrases like, I have no choice, I can't do anything more, etc., which are all going to limit your creativity and which is going to limit your efficiency also actually. So don't allow such phrases actually. And check your attitude towards a situation or the problem. What is your attitude towards things? You are ready to face it, ready to challenge it, ready to overcome it, or you are afraid of it, you are trying to escape from that. What is it actually? And then avoid all those negative attitudes which surfaces due to whatever reasons, due to your old sanskars or due to your habit of seeing such things actually, rather than look for that, how can I do it actually, what I should do it actually. So for that, certain attributes are very important. Try to accept first whatever comes in front of us without questioning first actually. Okay, this has happened, it is coming in front of me, yes. Now I should see what I should do for that. it is true or it is false, or you analyze it and then take a call based on that actually. So it's very important. It can affect, if based on your attitude and situations, it can affect your stress levels more than you may realize actually, if you don't take care about the situations with the right attitude actually. Because if you get into fear mode, if you get into uncertain mode, then what happens is inside your cortisol production will be more, and because of these creations of these unwanted segregations, you face a lot of stress actually. And it's very, very important that don't allow your thoughts to wander or your thoughts to run at a faster speed. Learn to slow down your thoughts. And there are many techniques are there how to learn to slow down the thoughts, which we can see a little later. And it's important that when your thoughts are running faster, then you should know that you may be missing some choices, you may be skipping something. So apply some control over that actually. And sometimes even you try to control your situations may force you to increase the wandering thoughts. So this is where you should pay attention that I should not be influenced the situations, rather than my energy should influence that situation. And rather, so that is where you try to become internal to drive the external factors actually. Hope so far what I'm talking about is clear. If anybody has got any questions.
Yes, sir. Friends, if you have any queries, observations, or comments, you can share by raising your hand or unmuting yourself one by one, or you can share, use chat box to share your observations, any of which is of your convenience.
Yeah, so let me proceed further.
Yes, sir, please.
So about this, I also did some studies about what the psychologist view is on that. And one of them is I considered is the Julian Rotter, who is an American psychologist known for the social learning theory. In his research on the locus of control, suggests that our behavior was controlled by mostly rewards and punishments. So Julian Rotter is one of the well-known psychologists in 2014. He was ranked around 54 or 55 across the world actually. So he said this leads to consequences of our actions, beliefs, and attitudes. Because persons who doesn't know that what I am and they are able to control that what they are trying to rely on certain kinds of rewards and punishments. Based on that, it leads to their further actions, further belief systems, and their attitudes actually. And locus of control is a continuum, which means it doesn't stay between the extreme ends actually. By the way, a person's locus, when I say it is the place of location, which is conceptualized as either internal or external actually. Internal means that person believes that they can control their life, or external means that their decisions and life are mostly controlled by external factors like environmental factors, or they cannot be influenced, but it happens by chance or fate like that actually. So what is happening is the analysis says that no one has 100% internal or external control or internal or external locus of control. And most of them will fall somewhere on continuum between the two extremes, not fully external or fully internal actually. So it says like this, that is, if you see this external locus control, which means that the outcomes are beyond my control and it is determined by factors outside, which may be my fate, or it is not in our hand, or decisions actually. The other extreme is being internal, which is the locus of control, which says that outcomes within your control are determined by your handwork or decisions actually. So the continuum says that majority are between the two things, neither here nor there fully. But if you want to get any sustainable effect for you when you're applying certain qualities, your effect should be towards more and more towards your achieving internal locus of control actually. The more you are with internal locus of control, the more you are able to achieve sustainability on those qualities which you want to imbibe. For example, here we are talking about the happiness. So the happiness index can be maintained at a higher value as long as you are able to attain more internal controls. And when you are trying to shift like this, some of the factors that can impact the shift, also let us try to understand a little more. And that is, one is the cognitive distortions or the patterns of faulty thinking, which means we try to think something like, this is what I am supposed to. And even some things are made to explain you to in the right way, but your patterns doesn't go along with that understanding in the right way. So it tells you that no, this is not the thing. This could be like this, only like that. You get some creation of set mentality. And the nature of self-talk, as I discussed earlier also, the self-talk while you're doing externally, when you're thinking about it and the thoughts, what is coming about it, you should check that quality of the thoughts actually. And when you have any kind of negativity, any kind of set patterns are happening, then it may need sometimes for some people kind of a CBT treatment, that is cognitive behavioral therapy treatment, or about the way we think about, and even to remove the distress actually. Because the way we think about an event is causing the distress. So if the thinking pattern is changed, then the distress will get away from us actually. And also it could be sometimes calling for a cognitive restructuring, whatever required for there. And we also, another thing what is going to help to minimize the impact of the shift is we need to maintain gratitude. Gratitude is one of the very important attitude where we try to accumulate more and more blessings actually. And this is a very good positive energy which helps us to perform those things whatever we wanted using most of our internal attributes actually. And another thing what is important is whenever you try to do this kind of things, don't wander your thoughts on the past more actually. That day that happened, that time that has happened, he made it on that time, this thing, etc., etc. Instead of that, please try to live on the present and focus on now. Now what is required? Focus on it actually. There is no point in thinking about that time, would have happened, that would have happened, because all those things are only a talk, but not an action going to be of that. Rather than focus on now what is required and how I should do it actually. And remove any kind of set mentality or any perceptions. This is going to be always like this only, it cannot change. And then with that perceptions, don't try to analyze the things actually. So remove all those mental filters, because these some of the things are only causing obstacles to maintain that joy or that happiness or that calmness, what is required for us within us actually. So remove such mental filters, whatever you would like to, whatever you have been keeping it actually. And this is mostly influenced by our sanskars, our behavioral traits, which we carry for many births within us. And avoid reasoning with emotions actually. Because emotional reasoning can cause a lot of disturbances to the self as well as to others on whom we are putting this reason actually. So it's very, very important that I should avoid this emotional reasoning actually. So it is basically emotional reasoning is a cognitive process by which a person concludes that his or her emotional reaction proves something is true regardless of the observed evidence. Observed evidence may say that it is not true, but still his reaction proves that it is always true actually. So that is where we try to make many mistakes and we lose those peace of mind or those calmness or those kind of things, goodness, what's supposed to happen there actually. So that's why we normally say, don't focus on the person rather than focus on the issue, which is what is going to help you actually totally. So we should always make sure that we are focusing on the issue but not on the person actually. Right? So, and now, whatever we said, the process, whatever we said, that important tips, and whatever we said, that attributes, what we want to take care of it, and attain that control, attain that internal things, and I need to slow down my thoughts, like that various aspects we have seen actually. Now, how do you achieve it actually? And this is where the solution lies in the meditation actually. Meditation can help to control the thoughts to move inward from outward actually. Meditation can help me to control my thoughts such a way that I can move from outward to inward actually. And it can automatically increase my focus, and thereby I reduce the number of thoughts in a given period actually. Which means meditation helps me to increase the space between the thoughts. The more I increase the space between the thoughts, the more I'm going to experience silence within me actually. The more I'm experiencing the silence within me, the more I feel the comfort within me automatically actually. And this is something wonderful thing. We can achieve it through meditation actually. And the consciousness could influence the quality of the thoughts. In what consciousness I am there? Am I in my original identity consciousness, which is what we call it as I am a soul. So when I am in a soul, which means I'm in soul consciousness, or anything other than soul consciousness, I could be role consciousness, action consciousness, or whatever it is. We generally classify that as a body consciousness or a physical consciousness. So soul consciousness is a metaphysical consciousness, or other thing is a physical consciousness actually. So that type of consciousness, what you have it, if I am in soul consciousness, that influences the quality of thoughts, which is soul oriented, which is peaceful, joyful, pure, happy, knowledgeful, powerful, etc., etc. So there are a list of qualities are there for the soul, which can be exhibited through these thoughts actually. And thoughts basically aligning with the attributes of original identity, that is a soul, as this is what I am, will always have a quality energy which is very high actually. Okay, so that's called the soul aware thoughts we say actually. And study shows this kind of positive energy scale appears stronger by multiple times when compared to inherited negative energies, which comes from external to internal to me actually. So let us understand, if I am getting the irritations, anger, or uneasiness, which causes me unhappy, which are all external things which is entered into me, which are negative energy scales actually. And generally, as per the study, it says your own energies are much, much stronger than what you inherit into you. If you inherit these energies, it weakens your own energy, and that is where you are not able to exhibit those qualities all the time, constantly actually. And you are not able to sustain those original qualities, what you want to sustain otherwise actually. So we from Brahma Kumaris recommend this Rajayoga meditation, which we teach from the institutions, helps you to explore that power within us actually. And it is a knowledge-based meditation, and where we give you the complete knowledge about the self, supreme, the cycle, whatever you are trying to understand about yourself, so that gives you what kind of thoughts you can create it during this meditation, and making us to realize the true self and connecting us with the true power source by which you can empower yourself actually. And this is one of the wonderful meditation what we try to do here every day. So in all together, if I take it up, what are the things we need to do in order to get empowered ourselves and sustain the kind of attributes we want to do it, or the kind of qualities we want to maintain and sustain it, the joy or the happiness, what I am supposed to get it, or what I'm supposed to have it in my life is, one is try to know the self, so that this can resolve that identity crisis what we have otherwise actually. And try to know the power of the Supreme whom you belong to, and how to connect with the power so that you can get empowered very much because through that. And that is the process what we do in this Raj Yoga meditation actually. And that way you try to understand this process of connecting with the higher power, the supreme energy, and charge yourself actually. And maintain that how much you are able to remember, or how much you are able to connect with the supreme. And then day by day, you monitor your progress, so that that makes you to sustain that energy, what you gain it actually, and monitor your progress, how much you are really making it through this process of understanding actually. And by this process, you also consume certain positive knowledge every day, so that it adds into your thought process of how to maintain those positivity within you through that nectar of knowledge actually. And take time, not only take the knowledge, but also try to churn the knowledge to become embodiment of that knowledge, which means you gain that power from the knowledge what you take it every day. And that's also very important to add your power into the meditation actually. And with this, you increase this process of connecting with the Supreme on the basis of knowledge, and see how you are able to sustain all those qualities, what you are supposed to own it, and then try to maintain it actually. And this way, this process, whatever we are trying to say here, if it is applied practically and systematically through a proper learning process, you try to understand that you are a soul and you belong to the Supreme, and you try to remember the Supreme, and you try to learn the knowledge what is given by the Supreme, and try to practice, put it into practice every day. That makes you an empowered soul automatically actually. And once you are really empowered, and once you are making this effort in a consistent way, then your consciousness will be very, very much towards your internal process. That means you will become a more and more metaphysical conscious or soul conscious actually. And then you try to emerge all your original powers, all your original qualities. And this is where we try to see that how we are able to increase our inner potential actually. And this is a process in which your inner potential also will be enhanced very much actually. And in this enhancement, you try to, whatever qualities you are owning it, which is inbuilt in you, you can sustain actually. And once you're able to apply this knowledge in right time, in the right situations, that brings immense happiness into you actually. And that happiness is not only now, but it will be forever, it will be there with you actually. You will be able to experience that happiness throughout actually. And even after that, the external situations changes, which is not in favor of you, which may be disturbing to you, doesn't matter actually. Doesn't matter. You are able to overcome whatever may be the situations, because you learned the art of handling that kind of things. First you try to accept it, and then try to analyze it, then try to come out with what kind of powers, what you have it. If you apply it, you are free from those distresses or those distracting situations, which may be causing pain, or it may be causing stress to you otherwise actually. If you allow it to go inside, that can definitely cause some kind of pain or some kind of stress to you. So this is all some of the guaranteed steps. If you take us towards your sustainable happiness, and it will guide us on the path of leading to happiness forever, actually. We can lead a happiness not only in this birth, the sanskars what we carry here based on these practices can come with us birth after birth also, actually. So even to get happiness in one birth, we struggle a lot. But the process what we try to understand here, if this is systematically followed, it is not only gives happiness for this birth, but it gives birth after birth, actually. This is something which we all should understand and try to take some time to learn this beautiful meditation, Raja Yoga meditation, actually. So with this, if time permits, I would like you to experience a small meditation commentary, a small meditation also. So Dr. Ravindra, can I have some time to play this?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is a picture, what I'm showing it is representing a soul and a supreme soul here, which is a point of light. So you can just remember that you are a soul and you are in front of the supreme power. And then the commentary will give you some wordings. Try to visualize through your mind and intellect synchronous way. Try to bring the picture in front of you and try to experience the words, what is coming out from here by feeling it, actually. So that you will see that what is the impact of it happening for you. And like this, there are many variety of meditations are possible with us. And I am just showing you a sample of it. And with that, I'll be concluding this session, actually. Anybody has got any questions can ask, actually. So let me play this meditation commentary first. So you can sit relaxed and be comfortable and be focused. And just listen to that audio commentary and try to visualize those commentaries and try to feel it. More than visualizing, you try to feel it, actually. Then you will get some small experience of it, actually. Okay, are we ready? Fine.
A sense of belonging is one of the most sought after experiences of life. If I want to experience this, let me let go of the grudges, of the tendency to see people's weaknesses, and let me look instead at what we share. Many times I walk through the world and I see a sea of strangers. But from this perspective, I can see a sea of souls having a human experience. From this perspective, I can see that we all share this journey of life in the physical dimension. We laugh, we love, we cry. We experience freedom, we experience our limitations. We experience truth, and we experience being blind to that truth. But we do all of this together. As souls, we are not strangers, but an eternal family of spiritual travelers. And when I look beneath the mask of differences, the mask of cultures, the mask of gender, I see that we are a sea of spiritual beings and that we belong to one supreme being. Let me just hold this awareness for a few moments and send light and love to every soul in the universe. In addition to sharing the journey of life, we also share a very special time together right now on this planet, a time of awakening, where we're coming out of the darkness of thinking we're just bodily beings. And we're coming into the light of realizing how wondrous we are. But most importantly, we're coming into the light of realizing that we are one world family under the care of one supreme being. And though we have been through some dark times, there has never been a night that's lasted forever. So let me trust in the potential of every soul on this planet to rise up to the invitation of these times. And today, and even for the rest of my life, I can vow to see every soul I see as part of my family, as a fellow spiritual traveler who is doing their best on this planet. I can choose to let go of the vision of strangers and welcome the vision of brotherhood. This simple practice alone will give me the most sought after treasure of life, a sense of belonging.
You all have enjoyed that meditation commentary. And with this, I'm trying to conclude my session. And thanks, Dr. Ravindra and team, for giving us this wonderful opportunity to share our thoughts with you. Thank you. If anybody has got any questions, if time permits, I can answer. Otherwise, you can write to us. We can respond to you actually on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Malayaji. It was a splendid session. The entire session taken us through the journey of understanding the self, the supreme, and the process, through which we need to go through for connecting with our supreme, and always focus on present rather than being in the past, where we can, take some aspect, action to move forward, because we cannot do anything that has happened in the past. Only we can learn from it, so that, whatever has happened, for the good, we can take it forward. For whatever bad that has happened, we can learn from them so that we do not repeat them again. So, wonderfully explained by you that we need to focus on present and in future, because that is in our hands. Present and future are the only ones which are in our hands and where we can do something about it. Past is definitely the one where we can learn from it, so that we do not repeat the same mistakes, and we can analyze ourselves where we can move in a better direction. Very well presented, sir. And also you have given us rightly daily dosages of nectar, where we can connect, daily listen to such beautiful commentaries through physical presence as well as the virtual presence, through various online sources.
Yeah,
it's a great opportunity for us to explore and to revisit our own knowledge base, to increase them and to become embodiment of what we are, what we need to be, and what we are expected to be.
So in that process, you can sustain the happiness always, actually.
Yes, sir. Very well presented. And we are very fortunate to have a noble soul on this wonderful occasion. We are blessed to have you here. And thanks for gracing us and enlightening us with your valuable message. And really, we are very fortunate. And I request everyone, our friends, to unmute one by one. Then you can share your observation or queries, clarifications, or any suggestions from your side, or your own experiences where you are seeking out for some solutions. Maybe we can also suggest some. Sir is a very senior professional, even in IT and diversified fields. Maybe with his experience, he can suggest something which can help you out. So it is a wonderful opportunity. Generally, we don't get opportunity to interact with seniors unless and until we get an occasion. So let's use this opportunity to share our thoughts, observe, and our experiences, feedback. Already everyone has been given permission to unmute. You can one by one unmute yourself and share your experiences.
Okay, sure. Welcome and thank you, sir. And this knowledge is Paramatma's knowledge. It's not my knowledge. And I'm just sharing with you, actually. That's it. So thank you. So I'm coming out of the sharing screen. I hope it is fine.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Om Shanti, sir.
Om Shanti.
Actually, this is right that happiness should be in our hands. But
Right.
we are practicing that our happiness lies in others' hands.
That's what I said in the beginning. Where we
Yeah.
are putting the happiness.
Yeah. But it's very, very difficult to keep check on the barriers so that we should keep ourselves happy.
Yeah. Okay. Because if you keep any barriers, if you keep any kind of a measurement, that means you are creating some dependency factors, actually. So that's why in the beginning I said, first and foremost is you become inward looking first, actually. Look at you. You yourself is having that asset, what you're looking from outside. Before that itself, it is already available within you. If you understood properly and start putting into practice, then you will see that how life is becoming so easy now, actually, that way. Otherwise, we spend a lot to retain, to sustain, and to maintain this kind of things, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the first and foremost thing is look at ourselves, that who am I, and put a deeper understanding about us. That gives a lot of liberation from all those external dependencies, which we have been carrying it so long, actually.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I saw somebody raised a hand. Mary Florence. Yes, madam.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and the Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to raise my opinion. Actually, I am a person who's interested in very spirituality, sir. You made my day.
Okay.
What I like now, if happiness is not in others' hands, not outside, it's within us. If we feel we are contented, that is only biggest happiness.
Definitely.
If we think we have come to this level, we should not compare of others, then only we lose our happiness. We are self-content, and I like the 3 points you said: self-talk, self,
yes,
and self-process, and
reducing your thoughts.
moving towards progress. It's a wonderful talk, sir, and really you made justice to the topic, and I really loved it, sir. Actually, happiness is within us, sir. If we think we can make our make our self-happiness or sadness, we should not give that happiness in the control of others.
Definitely.
So
Don't give your remote control to others.
Actually, I read a lot of spiritual books, sir.
Definitely.
In that way, anybody does any spiritual talk, I'm very interested in that. In that way, you made my date, sir. Thank you for the wonderful this one sharing, sir. It's mind blowing talk, sir. For me, it's very mind blowing because I love God and prayer, sir.
Very good.
So I actually, when I'm having any free time, also I spend more time with God in church.
Okay. Very
So
good.
I
Very
give
good.
talk more importance to God and my family and my close friends. Other than that, more entertainment, I don't give that much importance because God has given me second life. I went through major accident in 2006.
Okay. Okay.
God has given me this 17 years to see in this life. So in that way, I thank God every day. So in that way, your talk has made me impacted, sir, a lot.
You made the gratitude. Always give gratitude. Actually, good. Very good.
Actually, yes, sir. Because the 17 years I'm thanking every day because it's I went through major accidents, spot accidents also happened there. So the 17 years I'm always 17 years I've been in a lot of spirituality, sir.
Good.
So you made made days, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And God bless you, sir. I'll keep you in my prayers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing your observations and your best wishes and kind words. Realme, you have unmuted.
Yes. No, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have anything more to share? And you did not share your name. We could read it as Realme X 2022.
Sir, my name is Arun Khanduja. I am attending your second day of this webinar.
Okay.
And I want to share actually my proud moments with the Brahma Kumari centers.
Please go ahead.
My Pradada ji, late Shri Gurmukh Das ji, he was the co-founder with Brahma Baba. He was the 6th disciple of Brahma Baba from Ambala, Kent. They have written the book Bhagya Vitata. In that book, there is a reference and details about my Pradadaji. So I always welcome and like and love to see the people from Brahma Kumari centers and Brahma Kumari universities.
Okay.
I'm from Hisar. Although I don't frequently go to these centers, but being the person of psychology, I love to listen to them. And today, really, you have made justice with the pursuits of happiness, and I'm thankful to the resource person. So I would love to have such type of lectures again and again in your conferences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's why we have dedicated every day, we have made an arrangement so that every day we can have, a session by such great noble souls who have dedicated to the God and service of, guiding, helping the humankind, the fellow human souls. So every day from 7 to 8, we have wonderful noble souls from Brahma Kumaris joining us and taking us in the process of journey. So keep joining daily. And we also have opportunity, other timings we have very much limited also. Though we got many papers, but I don't want this to be, a normal thing where we are busy with the academic presentations and we do not get time to explore ourselves. So I thought we will restrict more of purely academic things, and we will try to explore within this available time. So thank you. You are welcome, ma'am. Do join daily, and daily we have noble souls joining us to enlighten us and to take journey along with them, with all of us. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else you would like to share? Feel free, one by one, quickly, one after the other. You can unmute yourself and share. There are few messages in chat box. I will, with your permission, I will go ahead and reading them.
Yeah, sure.
We have from Shilpa Walimbe. Thank you, sir. Very enriching sessions. And we have others. Nice lecture, sir. And we have the same ma'am, which she has shared now. Quite interesting and applicable. Thanks for sharing such a simple way. And from Santosh, thanks, sir, for delivering a lecture on destiny's power. And from Akshay, very nice life experience. I can it with my whole life, wonderful opportunity. And thanks a lot. We are lucky to connect with you. And apart from that, there are a lot of messages. Wonderful session. Excellent session by all the participants, and from Sunil Kumar, good contributions for being a man like. Thank you everyone for your appreciations in the form of messages. I think we have fulfilled the purpose of this session, and thank you with all your support. And as our Malayaji has helped us through this journey, and we should express our heartfelt gratitude to our resource person today, Malayaji, the greatest noble soul, who have been constantly looking for the opportunity to serve, continuously guiding souls in their process. Thank you once again, sir, for joining us. And yeah, we all are very close to Brahma Kumaris through the process of meditation.
Very good.
And the culture, especially the greatest thing that needs to be appreciated is the culture that Brahma Kumaris follow. A true concept of family where we each other address as Didi Bhaiya. That kind of relationships we are able to identify, where we form a bond of family, of being together.
It all belongs to one Vasudeva Kutumbakam. So,
yes, sir. So that's wonderful concept,
right,
where we work for each other. In fact, we live for each other. Instead, that is the right word. We help each other. So it's a wonderful opportunity.
So
and we
I
have
should thank all of you, and all are welcome to your nearby centers. Wherever you are there, you are most welcome to visit there and feel some experiences in real world, actually, in real sense, how it is there actually. So sometime if you get it, please visit it actually.
Yes, sir. So lastly, one more comment we have. Excellent saying, delivered a heart-touching and highly thought-provoking session by Srikanth. So thank you, everyone. As rightly our Malayaji said, Brahma Kumaris is there almost many countries, more than 100 countries, if I am not wrong. And almost everywhere you can find one center. So explore, visit there, explore yourself. Then you will only come up with, wonderful observation. And you will have a lot to share with us. And we can keep experiencing. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us. And thank you, Malayaji. It was really a wonderful day for all of us to listening to you. And we look forward for more sessions in coming up. And, I would like to share a little bit on this platform. Though this platform was there since a couple of years, but this series entirely as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. We are organizing daily series, and we have speakers from across 80 countries, participants also joining daily on basis. And this has been the longest celebration and the widest celebration as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And we have been with the support of all the resource persons and the participants. It's only their efforts. In fact, we are just a facilitator here, but it is only with their gratitude and the expression of love they have always joined us. And you are also part of, and you have contributed today with this, and with the call of, and it's a great moment for all of us on the occasion of 75 years of independence. And in this wonderful program, you also have been part of this wonderful journey of all of us. Thank you once again, appreciating you and expressing our gratitude, and look forward for more sessions in future.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
So friends, to mark your attendance for certificates, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form, which will be raised in the form of polls. The feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. Hope everyone can access the poll. Do not worry about the feedback form for session 1. We have 5 minutes for the feedback. You can share your details also. Sometimes we log in with a different name or without a name, so that it is difficult to identify and map. Those system automatically maps your attendance to your username. So it will also help if that is different. So that will also help us to identify and map your attendance correctly, so that everyone gets their certificates. So our next session will be by Pooja Singh after 5 minutes, after we close this feedback form. So Pooja, be ready after 5 minutes, not now.
Yes, sir, noted. And thank you. I feel very, very privileged to have a presentation of mine in front of such big dignitaries. And it's a pleasure for me to present my work, although it's very short, or I would say it's very inadequate, but it's a privilege for me to submit my work, to present my work, and get your valuable feedback so that I can flourish and develop a good person and a good scholar. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, sir. I have filled the form for the presentation. Can you let me know what is the schedule of my presentation?
Did you share your PPT and all other things?
Yes. I have shared on the mail as well as to you on the WhatsApp also.
Okay, you need to basically WhatsApp is for quick response, so that
Okay.
not always we have access, because for the system which will be at office.
Yeah.
So, we will go through it, then we will accordingly schedule it.
Okay, thank you.
If you have complete, because it is mandatory, first step is to register. And the second step is to share all the details, your photo, CV, and the PPT and all. You have to share it.
No, PPT and details are shared, but photo is not shared.
No, photo also it is mandatory.
Okay.
Why? Because we need to have details. Now we are maintaining and authenticity. Whom you have given certificate and all, it should not be, So for that reason, we are maintaining records, and it has been there since we have launched this program. That is standard format.
Okay, sir. But I didn't find the place where to upload the photo.
Yeah, that's why we have requested you to send an email with along all this information. There is a format given. In that format, there is also mentioned you need to attach your CV, because as already mentioned, this is a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
Yes.
Later on, when we are compiling, we need the profile. I mean, we also need to mention who all have participated. So at that time, we don't know whether we are still in communication or not. So we should not face problem at that time.
Okay.
So keeping that in context, we are asking all the details now itself. So you can share it, you can follow the instructions and share as it is mentioned. You can copy paste the format and you attach all the photo, your CV and everything.
Okay, sir.
So that it is easy for you to find a place easily. Otherwise, at that time, we will send you, definitely we will send you an email, but we don't know whether at that time you will be able to see that mail and respond in time. So it's always better you follow the instructions. And once we receive everything now, we will schedule your session.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You can fill the feedback form in this session now, because that is not available outside.
I have filled the feedback form.
Yeah.
Should I have download the e-certificate just now?
No, not this feedback form. All certificates will be issued after conference.
Okay, thank
After
you.
last date, now we have to verify all attendance, all everything. We'll just see, verify, and then we'll be issuing within a week or so.
Okay, thank you.
So, dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. We have seen almost one participant is left. Apart from that, everyone has submitted. So you can also submit. Because what happens when we give post permissions to others, not everyone is comfortable on the platform. So it can get closed. The feedback form, once closed, cannot be opened again. That is limitation of Zoom platform. If it is opened again, the data captured will get lost. Again, everyone has to fill the feedback form. So that's why we are waiting using this period. So let's quickly complete. Take minimum time allotted. And you can be brief. You may not waste time. In detail, always you can share, use this opportunity to unmute yourself or share in chat box if you have, if you would like to share in detail. So next we'll be closing the feedback form. Yeah, everyone filled almost 100%. Okay, fine. We are closing it. So those who are planning to present, don't wait for last day, because last day, will be very hectic, and you may not get opportunity to present, because sometimes it happens, everyone comes on the last day or last before day, and again some formalities may be pending. So it would be difficult, and again some days it will go beyond the time, and it also causes inconvenience to the participants. So always better, don't wait for the last day, and always wherever possible, you avoid first and last day. Generally, these people have the habit of putting the very first day or very last day. So that what, generally these first and last days have these valedictory and inaugural functions. First day inaugural and last day valedictory and special guests. So we allot more time for them. And, there might be other proceedings as well on that day. So that day it is very difficult. At times we don't allow any presentations because already we have inaugural valedictory session, presenters and chief guest, invited guest, special guest on that day. So we'll allot extra time for them, minimum half an hour, or some might require 1 hour. So you may not get opportunity on those days. So always avoid, not only here, wherever you are, when you are choosing, that's why we have given time also, preferred date and time. That is only preferred. It purely depends on the availability of the slot. So always that doesn't mean that you will get same slot. That happens only, when you immediately, whenever we notify, you immediately apply. There is a greater possibility of getting your preferred slot. But now last minute, when you are registering on spot, it is, it is practically not possible. As you also know, it already scheduled sessions are there. We always have scheduled sessions, though it is not visible on the website because they have to complete formalities. It happens that they just fill a registration form and forget about it. And, after 2 or 3 days only they come back and they do not even attend. Some people just come for presentation. They do not even attend any of the other sessions. So they don't have any idea about what is happening. So they just see, keep, and they just ask for their session and join and leave immediately. So they are not aware about what is happening. So in those cases, it is not possible. So you always attend. It's not like, when you are taking an opportunity, you should also give opportunity to others also. When someone else is giving time to you, you also have to give some time. At least make sure you are there for, 1 hour or 1.5 hours on your presentation day, because that will help you to connect to previous speaker and the next speaker. Otherwise, we are talking about so much of relationships and living in harmony and all. That doesn't truly reflect. When we are being so selfish or so mean that we just are concerned about ourselves, we are not bothered about co-presenters, we are not bothered about participants. It does not truly reflect ourselves. So it's always, nice practice that we join a little bit early and we leave, Sunil Kumarji. Yes, thank you. So you wait till I complete. After that, you can ask. So what I'm saying is, this is what happens, so when someone interrupts, the flow is lost. So that's why we keep muted while the session is going on. So what I'm saying is, we have to establish the connectivity. We need to go with the flow. That's why it is very important. As a presenter also, it's not that you should also understand the context, what is being discussed, because every theme or the previous speaker, you should also be able to connect to previous speaker and also coming session. And these all are not taught in schools, education, colleges. This has to be learned by ourselves. So we need to, follow this. There is no standard rule, but again, these are not taught. These have to be learned from the society, within our family. How we take up, how we say, like, we take opportunity or our turn from our mom or dad or from our siblings. Similar way, we also need to connect to our previous speaker or to the next speaker, or at least for the theme of the day. So it is very important. We have to join early And if possible, we have to stay also, because again, here, earlier we used to give, whether they attend or not, presenters, we used to give presentation certificate, but we did not see. Earlier there was nice, but the people joining in the time and leaving without having any concern, any gratitude towards other, that has, even we didn't like that, and now we have separated presentation only for presentation. They will not get the participation certificate. If you need participation certificate, that is different certificate. Those who are attending only, we are giving participation certificate for them. So we should not make things complicated on the platform. We should not behave in any manner or in any such thing that people change because of our behavior. World is nice, but because of our behavior, we are changing the world, and that will again impact us only. So we should not do any such manner, take up any such manner that we are impacting the world, and again tomorrow we should not blame the world, blame the society, because we ourselves are not communicating in proper way, behaving in proper way, and we cannot blame, because we ourselves are the cause for the society to be like that. So that's what the sessions were talking, the speaker, when I was talking about, our resource person today's, our special guest was talking about, understanding about ourselves. We all have priorities, but that priority should not force, compel, impact any on others. It is our own this thing, and we should not carry this on others. So that is very important. So let's utilize this opportunity. Many do not realize the value. That is the problem. We don't get opportunities. Even if we get opportunities, we don't utilize them, or we don't realize them, because, we don't understand the value. We don't take time to understand the value, because we keep assuming. Most of the time, it is our assumption, not our understanding. If you understand, there is no scope for assumption. Where there is lack of understanding, there only there is a huge scope for assumptions. When we are assuming, then there is a lot of scope for lack of understanding, and we are far from understanding. That's where we lose our opportunities. So assumption is not always true. Assumption can be false. Most of the time, we only know half truth. And most of the time, we also lose what is the half truth. Again, we lose opportunities there. So let's be conscious. And every organization, like every individual, you may not be working like me. That is where you don't see such a long celebrations, long commemoration. Like not everyone might be organizing like us. So that's why you can't find any such a long series, every day. And we have participants who are joining daily since almost this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav started. They are there since 1 year. Not everyone is joining among this 700, 800 plus million population. So we need to appreciate everyone works in a different way. You should not assume that entire world works in a similar way, or entire world should work for me in a way which I assume. That causes a lot of, discomfort and inconvenience for ourselves, and we lose opportunities. That's why whenever we have, wherever we are going, we always find what is there, what is the common code of conduct there, what are rules and regulations there, and what is the procedure there. First, we have to go through them. Then only we have to board them, on board, so that our journey is smooth. Otherwise, what will happen? We'll keep wandering, we'll keep, moving from counter to counter, person to person, department to department, without understanding what is the process, what is the system. This is where, most of the people suffer, because not just because of the system, not because of the persons, but because of their own lack of understanding because of their own lack of discipline, their own lack of commitment or dedication, and their own lack of following the system or instructions. This is a problem where I have observed, at least, leaving other place, my own experience on this own platform only I'm sharing since 1.5 years. I have seen many people, 99%, 99.99%, those who have faced any issue is only because of lack of following instructions. That is very simple. They are not following and they are only struggling. Whoever has struggled. But many got, opportunities, many utilized, and many got certificates, and all those who were able to understand the process, they were able to easily get through. Those who are not interested, not bothered, not, even ready to follow, they are only one who are not able to get along. Anyway, that is up to them. So we cannot do anything. Whatever we can do, we are doing from our side. So similarly, life is also like that. Not everyone will understand because priorities are different. Everyone has their own priority. So based on that, and though we give lectures hours together, again, in practice, we don't follow it. A lot of preaching happens, but a lot of practicing doesn't happen. That is where the problem is. We preach so much, but when come to practice, we don't practice. That is where, the actual problem comes. So that is where, we lack these skills. So anyway, that's how things are, otherwise this world have been a better place, wonderful place. But again, I'm saying, just follow wherever you are, because everyone is unique. Everyone has their own way of working, and everyone has their own timing, in fact. So we need to appreciate them. We need to have patience first. We need to wait. Otherwise, what happens? Simply, things will turn upside down. And you will only lose your opportunities. I will lose my opportunity. So in the process, we are losing our opportunities. Of course, we might be thinking, oh, not here, somewhere else, not here, somewhere else, not this guy, not this girl. I will get some other girl, some other boy, or not this job, other job. We are not willing to change our place. The root cause for all the problems is ourselves. We are not willing to change, and we are willing only just trying to blame others, and we are trying to satisfy our, we are using defense mechanisms to only reassure that whatever behavior, whatever thoughts we have, to reassure them those are right and correct. We are keeping ourselves in the assumption and illusion that we are always right and others are always wrong. That will not serve any purpose. Maybe you can blame someone today and keep blaming for entire life. But reality is not so. Suppose, take example, for this only platform, we have all the registration data. When you fill up the form, we have, when you send an email, we have the record in email. You also have the record in email. When you fill the registration form, you are also getting a copy of registration form. And when you come back, we ask you, there is also a step procedure where what to do, how to do for participants, presenters. When you read through that, you know what is there and how to proceed. If you don't read, I'm just taking an example because other example we may not have same common example for everyone, but this is common example for everyone, including participants and presenters. So you are getting your form. We also have record, you also have record. Again, next step for presentation, you have to send all the details. Then if you have sent, then you have the mail. You can also go through, check it, which is missing, which is not missing. And same way, here also we can verify what is there, what is not there. So this is a step-by-step. We are not assuming that we have completed everything. We are verifying at each step now whether we have completed the process at each level or at each step, so that we are confirming, verifying that each step is completed and we are moving ahead. So similar way, if we blame, say, suppose if you say, I did not get certificate, I did not attend. So that are only assumptions. You are only blaming. You are not verifying it, because all the records are there. We verify whether you are registered or not, whether you have shared your details or not, whether you have presented or not, whether you have provided feedback or not. And then automatically, when all these steps are completed, automatically your certificate will be generated. And only you have to download it. Very simple process. And certificate comes at the end of all these steps. So till that time, there is no need of contacting anyone, because the process goes systematically. Once you complete, for participation also, very simple. I am again telling, because this is common for everyone, I am taking this example. For participation, say, suppose we all have to register, including me also. If I have to present, I also have to register, though I am related to this platform, but even I am also supposed to register my name. So to be a resource person for any event on this platform. So I register, even for participation also. I register, then as a participant, I attend, because the timings are mentioned 5 p.m. onwards, because some day sessions are more, some days sessions are less. So that's why there is no fixed time, because some days we will have more sessions. So 5 p.m. onwards, as earlier, if there are no sessions, very less sessions, we'll close early. Or if there are more sessions, then maybe we have to wait for some more time. And according, because generally, these are planned in a very short time. It's not that regular conferences which are planned at least 1 year before, 6 months before, where we invite abstracts and only verify. And there is a lot of time for communication. So last date is there even before 1 month of conference. So we have a lot of time to communicate and exchange information. But here there is no time. We are running in the last minute, neck of the moment, and we have to manage a lot of things. So it is not possible to communicate each and everything. It doesn't work in the conventional or traditional way. Here, opportunities are then and now, and we have to take responsibility. We have to verify ourselves like we verify in our own lives. We need to verify each step. First, go through instructions, very simple. 5 minutes will not take more than 5-10 minutes. Read complete mail or read a complete invitation message, or at least WhatsApp message also. Now we have seen, earlier, that people are just sharing the registration link. In that link, there is no directly form is there. You just fill, and we don't know which form is that, what you are filling. So because our experience has started, so many, varied experiences we have on this platform, not just 1.5 years. We have been organizing so many years, various programs. So we have got very diverse experience. In that we thought, okay, only one link, even if that is shared, that's why even in registration form, some might feel, oh, it's very lengthy form, but you are not realizing the fact, all the details, including flyer, is there in the registration. So you don't need any other link. Just if you find just the registration link also, you click on that, you have all the details mentioned, including flyer in that form. So that way we have planned, so that wherever you get just one link, you can get the information about the entire thing. But people, even after that, they don't read all this thing. They just fill and submit. After you submit also, again, many people have told, submitted, oh, now we can't see. So what we have done again, we have put that format. After you submit, you will again get that format information. What happens, this repeated content presented everywhere, it it increases the size so that again, you feel, oh, this much long form. Actually, half of the form is of instructions, flyer only. What you have to fill is basic details. If you remove all that, that will be less than half length only. So this is what happens, so everyone doesn't think in the same way. So everyone has different ways of thinking. So we cannot satisfy everyone in the world. The true reality is, say, whether you are a man or a woman, you cannot satisfy your own family members of 2, 3 people, 4 people. And how can you expect you will satisfy entire world? That is highly impossible. So we need to understand that. The problem with us, generally is we assume a lot, but we don't verify. We always have assumed that he will understand, she will understand, she will only contact, he will only contact. That assumption is only, creating a lot of issues. We have to verify, we have to communicate properly, then we will get the information. Because it's not that we are communicating for the purpose of communicating. The purpose of communication should be, to elicit a response, a feedback from others. So what is the purpose of communication? The purpose of communication should be clearly defined, at least for you and to the receiver. Otherwise, what will happen? Because you are expecting some response from him or her. So the communication should clearly specify what is that you are expecting from him or her. Otherwise, that communication will not be fruitful. That is what happening, We communicate just for the sake of communicating, but that person will not respond because that person didn't get the point you are trying to communicate. Again, that will lead to frustration. You will think, that fellow or that girl, that boy doesn't bother to respond. First of all, you are not effective. You are not properly communicated that message. There could be, that is a first step where we might have gone wrong. Or otherwise, that person is not interested, even bothered to read your communication or listen to you. So these are different, if you have read about communication theories and models, you could have understand, it's not communicate. We are communicating, but we are not properly communicating. That is lacking. We are communicating definitely, but we are not communicating properly. That is a major problem. So it is also very much required that our intention, our purpose of communication to be served, we need to communicate properly. We need to provide adequate information so that, say, suppose I am going to a certain office. I need to fill up the form. I need to provide all the details why I have come here and what is my purpose of putting an application and which application I am putting. You cannot just grab any application there, lying there, and you fill it and say, you accept this application and give this. That is not the proper way to communicate. You might end up filling up a wrong form and submitting at a wrong department or a wrong window or a wrong counter. Right? So we need to first understand which form is for which thing and whether at what stage that form is, whether it is for initial stage or it is a follow-up stage or it is for, utilization at the end stage, and where to give, what to give. Without understanding, most of our life is a total mess only because we do not understand. We do not follow the system. We are just looking for opportunities randomly and like a monkey which is, jumping from one tree to other, just grabbing whatever it gets. Like that, we have made a mess out of our life. We are not really bothered about others also. That's what, today we have to talk about this sustainable development. Today we have to talk about this value education. Today we are talking about, spirituality, all because of this only. Because we forgot who we are. We are not literally bothered about others. We are not literally bothered about others' time, resources. We are more concerned about our time. Most of them say we don't have time. Then how other person will have time? If you yourself, for your own development, you don't have time, how do you expect other person has time for you and for your development? Definitely, they will not have time. That is where we are in assumptions. That's why I say we don't verify. We are always in our assumptions and we take it for granted. And the greatest mistake everyone do is, thinking that whenever we are doing something, the other person is benefiting. The other organization is benefiting. That is the greatest mistake we do. Because of that, what happens, we don't perform ourselves. We don't conduct ourselves in a disciplined manner. We don't take accountability. We don't take responsibility. Again, we think, everyone, that person only wants, so he or she will only follow up with me. She will only do. It is, it is their requirement. They will only do. In that process, we will lose ourselves. We will lose opportunities. What if the other person also thinks like you? That's where we lose the opportunities. Again, there is no point in blaming, because the person has turned out, or the organization has turned out same like you. She also thought in the same way like you thought. Now, she also thought, okay, if she or he requires, then she will only contact me. She will only follow. Why I have to do? Then there is no communication. Opportunity is lost for both. See, always when we think that it is a win-win situation for both of us, that's where we take responsibility. That where we value our time as well as others' time and resources. Then we go through all the instructions. Then we try to understand system, and we try to ask what is lacking there. See, when someone is asking query, we can easily find out whether he is asking just for the sake of asking, he or she has really understood that and asking. That question conveys a lot. We will think that, they are asking, but we can easily sense out, at least I can, by God's grace, I can easily sense out most of the time through my experience. When someone is asking something, I can guess what level of extent they have understood. Say, suppose I get hundreds and thousands of messages every day. We don't accept each paper, each application. Just like that, if they fill and leave it, we will never contact them. We see that as a lack of responsibility on their part. So leave it. If they are not interested, if they don't take it as important, we'll leave it. No problem. We have plenty of speakers. I am blessed with God's grace. I can talk on any topic. Thanks to God's grace, I am a multidisciplinary professional. I don't need any speaker here. Or we have very good regular participants, those who never presented, but they are attending regularly. They are very much capable of presentation also. So it's not like, why I am discussing this is not only just here, but the way we understand, the way we, communicate, the intentions should be good. And always we should not think that we are higher, superior, or more experienced, more, qualified than others. Because we don't know completely. We don't know each other only. We don't know who we are. Maybe we know ourselves, but we don't know other person, who the other person is and what he is doing, what he is capable of. So we keep judging. That's where we lose our opportunities. God has given many opportunities in a different way, So somehow some people will get. This is not an easy, daily organizing an event, and that too for daily means that's not an easy task. One event to organize, it takes a lot of efforts. And that too on a daily basis, organizing is not a joke, not a simple thing. But in spite of that, we are not organized, means, how much persistence we need to have, commitment, dedication to have, organize such a thing and give opportunities to everyone. We rejected more than opportunities than we gave because of lack of proper communication. The simple, I'm telling you, I can show you also, maybe after series gets completed, I can show you. Because of their lack of respectful communication, or because lack of their proper communication, they lost opportunities. Wonderful golden opportunities also they lost, just because they don't know how to communicate. Only reason is they don't know, they did not communicate properly, or they never communicated the way they have to communicate. They lost their opportunity. They have qualification, they have experience, everything, but just they are lacking the simple way how to communicate. That is where we lose opportunities. So let's aim for more opportunities. So that is very important. Respectful communication is always important, because we ourselves do not want to be disrespected. Then how do you expect someone else to be disrespected by you and again help you? That will never happen. That is where we are doing shopping, doctor shopping, lawyer shopping, and also all shopping only, from one, he jumped like a monkey here to there, there. Wherever you find opportunity, that's how the corruption also goes in the society. Because we are not willing to change, society will not change, system will not change. Again, that karma will hit us back, and we will be affected one day because of that system, because we ourselves violated that system. We are not following the system, we exploited system, and we utilized that system. Wherever there are loopholes, we have utilized and get away with that. And again, one fine day it will hit us somewhere, and we know the pain of not functioning properly. And on that day, if you blame the system, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You are the one who spoiled the system. So that is what we talk about karma. Karma can be explained in different ways. It is not the religious concept. It's not a theophysical concept. It is the result of outcome of our actions. We do good, good will come to us. We do bad, bad will come to us definitely one day. It can be in any form at any time. See, mostly, because, we want to get away with small things. We don't have long-term perspective. We always have short-term perspective. Again, that is also, that perspective, that short-term thinking only destroyed this planet. Because we thought, okay, forget about future. Now we have to use, so we have exploited all the resources. We have polluted the entire planet. Now there is no water. Now the most unfortunate thing that has happened, in villages also there is no drinking water. Now, I have traveled, I extensively travel across length and breadth of India. I have seen almost all villages today are using bottled water. Even I am very surprised. In cities, okay, fine. We are very unfortunate human beings. We are paying now because of our acts. But villages also, they lost their drinking sources. Now they are also buying this bottled cans. See how we are paying back for our deeds. This is all because of us only, lack of this proper understanding. Short-term goals, we want short-term benefits. We are not bothered about future. That is what, put not only us, even our children. Imagine, now only we are buying water. Now, the normal water somewhere is sold, the RO water is somewhere sold at 5, starting from 5 rupees to 35, 40 rupees. And if you go for branded, it is somewhere around 100, 160, 200, 300 for 20 liter. Same 5 rupees to 300 rupees, we have this 20 liter can. So based on their affordability, what they perceive that water is, people are shelling out for water, which is abundantly available in nature for free. Due to our greed, we have polluted water, and today we are buying water. And tomorrow we have to buy oxygen. Now see our greed, where our greed is taking us, which is abundantly available in nature. We have to buy for it. Now, how many can buy? How many can afford? See, now only we are so much desperate to earn money at any cost. Now, imagine you have to pay for the oxygen you breathe every moment, and you have to pay for every drop of water to survive. Just imagine how much you have to earn. This lack of understanding, lack of long-term perspective has destroyed our world and is destroying the world. This is very important. This is what lacking. Earlier, our ancestors and forefathers, our grandparents, they had a very long-term perspective. That's why they always thought of our future generations. They did not compromise the future generations' benefits. They have suffered thinking that, okay, we should not exploit, otherwise our future generations will suffer. At least we suffer also, no problem, but future generations should be good. They thought in such perspective, but our generation is like, go hell with others or our children. We are there, we are living happily, that's more than enough. Tomorrow we are not going to be there now. Why we have to worry? Anyway, after I die, it doesn't matter, world, whether it is living or dying. I am not there now to see why I should be bothered. This kind of attitude is only destroying not only ourselves, our planet. So this attitude should change. We psychologists, especially, we counselors, we behavioral professionals have to change this attitude. Why we are having this conference, why we are having these discussions is, now where we can work, what is our role, where we can play our part is, getting away or removing such kind of attitudes, perceptions, thought process where, so much selfish attitude, so much mean kind of perspectives. This has to be get away. Otherwise, we are going to pay, today we are paying for the temperatures. See, this is summer. We are getting rains. Summer, rain. This is only nature will strike back. This is all what we are paying back. If we are not able to understand, nature will also has to protect itself. So it will take due course of action. It has survived even before human beings existed, and it will continue. It will also, many species existed, right? We are just one among the billions of species. There is nothing harm. In fact, if human beings become extinct, nature will live happily. It is looking for a day. If nature is a human being, if we listen to him or her, then it will be say, when will be the day when I get rid of this human population? I can live happily. So we have exploited, we have abused, we have, gone to such an extent that nature is thinking of us like that? Are we able to realize that? Now, when we are going to realize? So this is the where we behavioral professionals, psychologists, counselors can play a role. First, understand the process, what is happening within ourselves. We have to change. Otherwise, how we will able to explain the same? Unless and until we experience, we don't truly reflect on it. We cannot bring change. So it should all start with us. It's a very high time that everyone has to work on it. Otherwise, things are going to be worse only. Now, all that we can do is only, to try to protect, try to follow the system. Deviation of the system is very easy. Destruction is easy. But conservation, protection, prevention is very difficult. That's what happening, So many religions, so many belief systems, so many castes, so many creeds, so many races will come pop up. Like every day we can create one. But keeping united entire as one family is difficult. That is only the greatest job, na? That is only where your skills will, your specialty or your talent will come up. So that's what we need to focus. Divide and rule has been a very good policy strategy. People, even today, people are being divided and these differences, discrimination is widely prevalent. That shouldn't be, a priority for us. So, we should go ahead and do that. And anyway, we can keep talking all these things, but ultimately we need to implement. Unless and until we implement, this is not going to be happen. So, yeah. So, Pooja, be ready. Before that, Sunil Kumar has raised hand. So, what's your problem? Not filled feedback form. Okay, feedback form is raised within the platform. So, there we cannot share any link because once Zoom meeting is closed, the feedback form is also automatically closed. So, all the process is automated, even for certificate generation also. So, if you don't follow, you will not get your certificate, as simple as that. So only thing is, there is no choice here. You have to follow and you have to get it. The only choice is whether you will follow or not, whether you want certificate or not. If you want certificate, you have to follow. If you don't want certificate, you don't follow. That is only choice available here. There is no other choice. So whatever the form is being shared in the form of polls. If you are not able to see, then you might have joined within a browser, or you might have joined in a mobile, or you are using outdated Zoom app, or you might have accidentally closed. You can see the menu. In that you can find polls or quizzes. You can click on that. If there are any active polls, it will show you. Now the poll has been closed, I think. So there are no active polls. So you will not able to see. And that is available only for 5 minutes. Don't leave your systems or unattended, because poll will start and when we see, mostly 2-3 minutes is enough to complete the poll. But if you are having delay or any lag, it will take more time. So we are giving 5 minutes, but poll was never closed in 5 minutes. Since it was launched, this was introduced, we never closed at 5 minutes. It always went beyond 5 minutes. Sometimes half an hour also we kept it open. Because we are not very particular. See, certain things are there, but again, we are very considerate. But that doesn't mean we will exploit the system. That should not happen. So anyway, once closed, we cannot open. That is system limitation, as I already mentioned. Because for you, all the participants should fill it again. Again, that is not possible. So what you can do, Don't worry about that form. You are there on the platform. We have just one more session. Actually, we were about to close. So we have one session, we'll take it up. And then an overall feedback form again in the poll will be raising. So in the meanwhile, you can just disconnect yourself or join from Zoom app. If you're joining from browser, you can update the app and join in so that you can fill the overall feedback form. Don't worry, attendance is being tracked. So no need to worry. Yeah. Anything else you would like to know? Santosh? Hope your query is answered. Okay, assuming it is answered. So Pooja, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, since the power has run off from my PC, I would be still I would be sharing the complete video, pre-recorded video, from my tablet. Please allow me for this.
Okay, you can now present. You introduce yourself.
Yes, I introduce myself to the entire dignitaries, my respected colleagues, seniors, and everybody. I am Pooja Singh, a PhD scholar at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, pursuing my PhD in social clinical psychology. My area of interest lies in criminal propensity, since I have had a bachelor in forensic science, then my master's in clinical psychology with a specialization in rehabilitation sciences. And today, what I present is child abuse and child neglect from an Indian perspective. What are some statistics? What are some causes? And how to prevent, and most importantly, how to report that particular crime in a form of a review paper. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, respected sir, respected committee members. Sir, may I seek permission to share my screen, please?
Yes, Ma, you are permitted. You can share it.
Thank you, sir.
You have to share your audio also, Ma. Pooja? We can see PPT, but we can't hear you, Ma. Pooja, you have to share your audio also, Ma. System audio.
Sir, is my audio like not audible?
Yeah, that's what I told you, but you did not hear, I think, suppose.
Okay, sir.
When you are sharing, na, you have
Yes, sir.
to enable computer audio or computer sound or whatever device sound.
Okay, sir.
You can share it again and enable your system sound.
Yes, sir. I have enabled. I'm sharing again.
It's not audible, Maggie. Can anyone else respond whether you are able to hear?
Not audible.
Not audible.
No, sir, it's not audible, sir.
Yeah, that's what. Pooja, can you hear me?
Sir, it is.
It's not audible, na? We can see, but can you hear?
No, sir.
This is the problem.
There may be system problem.
Pooja, again,
yes,
there is that problem. We can't hear your audio.
So
Pooja madam can send this PPT to others.
okay, sir, I'll just try just once. I'll just try once. If
You
it is
need to
not,
share, that is one simple option, you know. Just open it, and after opening na, in sharing options, there will be an option. When you are sharing na, you will get share computer audio or system audio or device audio. Depending on the system, that option that will change. So you can follow that. Still not audible. No, ma, it's not audible. Pooja? Pooja, can you hear me? Pooja, can you hear me, ma? Pooja, you can unmute yourself. You are muted.
yes, sir. Hello.
Ma.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my audio still not?
No, ma, it's not audible.
It's still not audible.
Yeah. And when I am responding, you are not able to hear, or what? We don't see any response from you. When I am
Yes,
giving
sir.
my feedback.
Yes, sir. When I'm sharing my screen, I am not able to hear your response.
Maybe that's why when you use mobiles and all, na, this problem will come. That's why it is always advised to use laptop, especially when you are presenting laptop or system.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Otherwise, you know, you can always try it before actually presenting. You can, among your friends, you can keep trying. Where are the options, how to enable.
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience from my end. Just because of the electricity cut off in Lucknow,
It's okay. These things are always there. That's what I'm saying. These excuses are always there, but we have to be prepared. That's what life is. Life will throw us so many things to us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you have logged in for other device. You will try from that device.
Yes, sir. I have logged in from 2 devices just now, both named as Pooja. If you could just
I have
allow me.
given you permissions to both. You try from other device.
Okay, okay, sir.
After this, we will end the session. Don't worry.
No issues, sir. No issues. Sir, now is it audible?
No, man. You haven't yet shared anything. Yeah?
Okay.
It's not audible. We can see your video.
Okay, so I think there are some issues of the audio being not audible. I would definitely share the PPTs, and if required, I would also share the abstract in the chat box itself.
Okay.
Yes. So,
Or, you can open PPT, Nama, like you are opening video, if you have that device.
yes. Yes, sir, I can do that if you
Yeah.
allow. Yeah, I can do
Yes,
that.
yes. Actually, that is only, the standard procedure. You can directly open your PPT, and as you are talking, you can present.
Right, sir. Right.
You can close all those so that your device will be fast.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Right, sir. Okay. So I think now is that visible and audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Your PPT is visible.
Okay. So, sir, I start without wasting any further time. My
You
topic.
switch on your video, ma, for 1 second. I will take a screenshot, and then you can switch off.
Yes, sir, just a minute.
Okay, wait for 1 second.
Yes, sir, please. Please.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for all the consideration and having a patience to listen to my talk, to listen to my preparation. So this is a review article that I have prepared on child abuse and neglect from an Indian perspective. Why I say Indian perspective is because most of the articles that I have referred to are Indian articles, none of the foreign articles considered, none of the foreign articles are being presented. Therefore, I say Indian perspective in the topic itself. And why I say child abuse and neglect together is because if there is neglect, then only there is abuse. If we are not negligent, the abuse could be prevented or abuse would not have happened. And if abuse is there, of course neglect is a part of abuse, and exactly a type of the abuse, it comes under some types of the abuse that we would be reading about in the further slides. Moving on to the next slide, I give a brief introduction that this is a review paper aimed at exploring various facts about child abuse and neglects and the statistics of the neglects and the abuse, the types of abuse, the symptoms of abuse, preventions methods from the abuse,
again from an India's perspective, and my aim is to spread awareness about the topic, which is very much the need of an hour. Since India is a home to a huge population, huge kid population as well, and we all very well know that India in the recent time has surpassed the population more than the China, positioning the first in the population statistics, and therefore it is a home to a huge number of kids in the country itself, and around, it is estimated around 41% of the aggregate population is under 18 years of age. If we go by the definition of the pediatricians, MBBS MD pediatricians, anybody who is below the age of 18 years is termed as a child, a children, like a child or children. Getting to a very brief and very simple introduction that what is child abuse. So child abuse is when a child is intentionally harmed by an adult or another child. So now this another child could be a colleague of the child, a friend of the child, or somebody who is a little grown up in age than that particular child who is the victim, provided that both the victim and the culprits are below the age of 18. And this action, a child abuse, when I say this action, I mean child abuse, could happen over a period of time, and it could be a instance of first action as well, like happening for the first time with the child, or it could be a long-term procedure that has continued over years with a child. This unfortunate event has continued over the year with the child. So the World Health Organization, in one of its statement released in 1999, has characterized child abuse as the infringement of the fundamental right of the children, which is considered as a crime. Moving on to some data and statistics. So the latest data released by National Crime Records Bureau reflects that there is a growing vulnerability of child being abused, with over 1.49 lakh cases of crime registered against children during the year 2021. And this data shows a sharp increase of 16.2% as compared to the previous year, that is 2020. In India, the estimate varies between 4 to 66% for female child and 57% for male child. That is, it is very clearly seen female are more vulnerable to be abused by children, either a child of the same age or some colleague or some senior. And also the National Crime Record Bureau says that 53% of children who are abused by someone or a caregiver. And it is very disheartening to say that in India, every 15 minutes, a child is abused in some or other form or other manner of abusement. So moving on to the state statistics, that is Madhya Pradesh has registered the maximum number of crime against children, with Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh as second and third places. The least number of cases was registered in Nagaland. Next, I move on to the types of child abuse. So the types, as I have mentioned in my slides, varies from physical, that can include slapping, pushing, punching, kicking, or intending any physical harm on the physical body of the child. Emotional abuse, we can categorize this in the psychological abuse as well. Intends to a verbal insults criticism, hard demands, threats, or yelling at the child that causes some kind of a mental trauma or mental disturbances to the child. The next is the sexual abuse that, of course, includes the rape, incest, fondling, exposure, pornography, or inappropriate behavior or gestures towards a child. The next comes is the medical abuse, that is intentionally trying to make child sick or not providing any kind of a treatment, medical treatment or attention to the child. The last comes the neglect. This could include both physical and the mental neglect. In the physical neglect, we can say not providing adequate food, clothing, cleaning, and in mental neglect, we could say not providing affection, a guardianship, a supervision, or any kind of a mental health facility and care to the child. Next comes the symptoms of abuse and neglect. When talking about symptoms, I have categorized some general symptoms and some clinical symptoms. So first, coming to some general symptoms, that includes withdrawal of the child from their friend circle or acquaintance or some of the usual activities like recreation, playing, engaging in sports, etc. Unexplained injuries on the physical injuries. When we talk about injuries, mostly the physical injuries, and the injuries don't match the explanation given. Like if a child says that the child has got the injury while playing, the child fell down and got the injury, but it seems like somebody has slapped or punched the child, so the explanation doesn't match how the injury seems on the body. Sexual behavior or knowledge that isn't inappropriate for a child's age. We have certain developmental milestones in both physical and psychological terms. So if the child is over matured in the sexual developmental milestones, it may also reflect towards some abuse or the neglect that the child is facing. And next comes the avoidance of certain situations, such as refusing to go to the school, having a bus ride or a cycling activities with friends. That is, there's a general lack of interest in the activities, the daily activities. Next is lack of clothing or supplies to meet physical needs like personal grooming, personal hygiene, and certain more factors. And then the poor developmental and growth milestones, both physically and mentally, and overall appearance of the child looks poor. This may indicate the child might be going through some abuses or neglect in the particular life. Now, when I classify some clinical symptoms, means if these clinical symptoms are visible in any child, a particular and immediate medical attention is required, because this could be life-threatening for a child, like injuries such as bruises, broken bones, lacerations, fractures, or burns on the physique of the child, genital or anal pain, bleeding, injuries, pregnancy or STD, depression or anxiety, excessive or underweight with some medical complications seen, poor oral conditions like developing of the ulcers or developing of the leprosy around the mouth, and delayed developmental milestones. These are clinical symptoms and they require immediate medical attention by professionals. Okay, so next, I come on to the reasons for child abuse. This is a very asked question, a question of a lot query, that what leads to child abuse. We all know that childs are abused. There are cases of child abuses, but what leads a person to abuse a child? So the history of child abuse or neglect during the abuser's own childhood, like the abuser has faced the similar situation, has gone through the similar pains, similar trauma during his or her own childhood, and therefore it could be a part of taking revenge or an aggression that the person reflects onto the other child by abusing him or her. Some people have a feeling of thrill seeking or power assertive nature when abusing a child. Some people may also have some clinical conditions like pedophilia, that is, they feel gratification having sexual activities with the child, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and antisocial personality disorders. People categorized in this category are more prone to committing crime, and some statistics also show that antisocial personality disorder was evidently seen in the culprits of child abuse. Then personal or family grudges, as we discussed in the previous slides as well, that most of the abusers are someone the child is already acquainted with. Like someone might have some personal or grudges towards the family that is reflected upon the child in the form of the abuse. Next is poor socio-economic status and bad living condition of the child as well as of the culprit. If like we see in daily lives, we see there are some child who are pushed into begging, who are pushed into rag picking, just because they are from a social status where they don't have much to afford, or they have a bad living conditions. So they are prone to abuse because they know putting myself into abuse will get me some money, will fetch me some money. And therefore, it is heartbreaking to say that yes, socioeconomic conditions and demands of life, bad living conditions, demands of life could lead a child being pushed into a child abuse situation. And then fear of reporting and lack of knowledge. Like people, like family of children or children themselves are not well educated sometimes, or they don't have a particular knowledge, a good knowledge, that where to report, how to overcome this. So answering the last key factor that I said, that there's a lack of knowledge and people don't know how to act, where to report, how to report, are some government acts and some government agencies that are working towards saving children and prevention of the child abuse. Some of them I list here is like the Ministry of Women and Children Development, Integrated Child Protection Scheme, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences, that is also known as the POSCO Act. The very I would just refrain from using this word, but this is a very famous act or a provision that also has a lots of sections, and there are sections for the punishment of the culprits if identified. Then we have child line as well. This is a child helpline 1098, that is 24/7, launched by the government, on which any case could be registered, could be not, if not registered, could be informed. Then government runs a lot of social awareness programs in villages, in schools, in government schools, like in the form of Nukkad Nataks, in the form of films, short films, short documentaries, to make people aware of what child abuse is, how to report and how to manage the abuse. So there is education and as well as rehabilitation of the children who have already gone through this trauma. There are NGOs and shelter home as well to prevent orphans or underprivileged children being forced into abuse. So I would like to conclude very quickly with my presentation by saying that it is necessary to teach our children the basis of physical and mental health care and set some boundaries beyond which anything is intolerable and should be immediately reported to parent or teacher or anybody the child trusts. And we see these days there are many lessons that are going in schools about good touch, bad touch, and it is a good thing that children are getting educated, children are getting education at a very early stage. They understand that what's the difference between something good and the bad, and where I need to set up boundary. Caregivers, teachers, friends, or doctors, even the doctors, should immediately report if anything seems or is suspected wrong with the child, or if the child himself thinks that something has been wrong. The child should go and approach an authority. The child should not keep the thing towards just to him or herself, but go and report it immediately to the authority. Anybody who gets the report of some mishap that has happened should not delay in taking necessary action and reporting the crime. Child abuse is a crime, and if a child has approached you, or if you by any means come to know that some child is being abused, something is mishappening with the child, please don't delay, please do report this crime, because for a developing country, as a developing country, an awakening is required to be fully developed country and a safe nation for everyone, including children. Thank you so much for having patience and listening to my work. I hope I would have brought some sort of information that would be beneficial, would be good for everyone. I'm really, really thankful to the conference, to the organizer team. Thank you so much. Shall I just come out of the sharing?
Congratulations to you. Very well presented. You could have also compared, India and also in general across the world.
Yes,
given a broader perspective, but very good presentation.
Yes, I would definitely take your suggestion and work upon it. Maybe my next work would be upon it, comparing the basis of India and the foreign countries as well on this aspect.
Okay. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself. And others also, if you have any queries, one by one, you can unmute yourself.
Good night, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me the opportunity to raise my opinion. Pooja ma'am, you did a great job. Actually, when my first SEM, I had worked with the child line 1098, the police commissioner office in Bangalore. I had worked, my first field work for MSW was there only. So there we had two shifts, the morning shift, night shift. There I had worked in night shift also, like 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock. There children used to put 1 rupee coin and they used to do the free call, and they used to tell my father is hitting me. My father step mother is abusing me. That girls used to
Yes,
tell
yes.
and immediately that police will go and trace and bring the child to the police station. Afterwards, we'll hand over to the Mayhall court, and afterward decision will be taken. And another thing, another place you told, that women and child department, there also I worked for 2 years, madam. There about the women's abuse case and all, many people, one lady had shared with me, I don't want to mention name, but she's little uneducated. They had tied her, blindfolded her and taken to forest, and they had done rape against that child and that woman. And actually she is brought to women and child departmentally. She is not, she lost her senses mentally. She's not all right, and now also she's there in the remand home, ma'am. And this is the experience I had. So it brought back a lot of my work experiences, and this topic is very connected to me. And you told about the POSH Act also, in that Vishaka Judgment Act, that Banwari case, social worker got raped. No, madam, that also. So very good presentation. God bless you. Take care. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And many, many congratulations to you as well. You have done a really, really good job, ma'am. Helping someone, saving someone life, and helping someone to come out of trauma, ma'am. It is a great job, ma'am. It is a great job.
Congratulations once again on my side. Very good topic. It brought me a lot of memories of my work. Thank you, Pooja madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And please, please do carry on with your very good work. You are doing a really good job, ma'am. Really good job.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. So anyone else would like to share? You can quickly share, and the feedback form has been raised. Overall feedback form. This is generally the last feedback form for the entire day sessions. So you can fill up the feedback form. Those who have missed the earlier feedback forms can also use this form. Don't worry about the previous thing.
Oh, sure, sir, sure.
We wish you all the success, ma. Take care. And look forward to more sessions also in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And please do provide us with the opportunities of such conferences in future as well, where we get a platform to share our knowledge, to interact with people, to listen to their experiences.
Sure, ma. In coming again next 4 months, we have a lot of events daily. You can keep joining our communication channels, and do circulate. Now we have another 3 days till 5th. We have, can circulate to your colleagues and invite them.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, ma. Fill the feedback form.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So while you are filling up the feedback form, today we are having a wonderful occasion of Gita Jayanti, which is, the foremost and the ancient scripture, which we, our mankind has got in the form of, the greatest scripture that in detail talks about human life and various aspects of human life, and also different kinds of crises and how do we manage those crises It's a very well scripture about crisis management and relationship management and a lot, family management, and you can just correlate if you can understand. It's an wonderful text. In fact, everyone should read it, irrespective of one's religion, caste, creed. As already I was talking. Yeah, Pooja, you have something to say?
Sir, thank you for sharing this information. I really didn't knew. I'm just so thankful that you shared this valuable information, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So today also our resource persons are fortunate on this wonderful occasion that too we are celebrating psychology conference and commemorating psychology day and week. And this is also in Indian, not only in Indian context, it's a universal concept where today even, the greatest counselors also need to go through Bhagavad Gita. I mean, if you have not gone through Bhagavad Gita, then your life is incomplete. It is a wonderful, it's a wonderful opportunity for everyone. Don't take it as a religious text, or don't take it as, a text that is considered as religious or any other aspect, but read it, go through it, listen it as a wonderful resource. Then you will understand, appreciate, how well the counseling has been conducted on the battlefield by Lord Sri Krishna to Arjuna. He had so many doubts, assumptions, apprehensions, and how to go about it. But, clarifying and talking about so many things on the battlefield, and that too, he has to fight with his own family members. Like, see, here what is happening? We are, fighting with each other. We all belong to one family only. Vasudevaka Kutumbakam. We all belong to one family, including animals, plants, and all. But today, we all are fighting against each other. So similar case was in Mahabharata, where, this was a battlefield, in the battlefield, when Arjuna saw his own family members as opponents, there he just broke down and he couldn't take it forward. But Krishna, again, see the great counselor who has ever existed. I mean, he was the one, the greatest of the counselors. Today we can credit only few modern counselors, modern theorists, but he was a counselor, he was a psychologist, and he is a therapist who is, since even before psychology has come, psychology is just a new field. Counseling is just a new field which has just, evolved as a discipline just 120 years, 130 years back. But this Mahabharata, which is, more than centuries old, more than years old, which has occurred, and that gave really, that's why we always need to connect back to our cultures and traditions. Cultures and traditions are not just something which, are not a kind of a ritual or a kind of festival. It connects back to our own roots, and they provide, immense knowledge. They give, everyone, in fact, should, irrespective of their culture or tradition, religion, everyone should go through this, because see, at the end of the day, which is the foremost religion that existed ever on the planet? That is Hinduism. All religions came after that only. So all other religions or belief systems have derived so many concepts from Hinduism only. Today you can see there are a lot of similarities. All relates back to whether that is a fact to be, accepted. You cannot do anything about it. Because today you are trying a new dish today you are wearing a new design. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that or that doesn't make the old design never existed. So that's an important aspect. So we all need to be conscious of that, and we have to be being aware, conscious of that. We need to always read our scriptures, understand them, so that we are equipped with the knowledge, that enormous knowledge, wisdom is there lying around. And we are just following, these Western practices, which are not even valid. They have, what is their research? People nowadays call it evidence-based, research-based. They just conduct what is the largest population, what is the largest sample, what is the longest study they have conducted. But our rich culture and tradition is more than 5,000 years old. So much reliability, validity, longitudinal studies, you name it, we have it. But what we are doing, we have ignored. We are not reading. Nowadays, we have pandemic of publishing. Every country is in a rat race of publishing. Today, why so many conferences, so many, so many events are happening academic? Because we are running a rat race of pandemic of publications today. We want more presentations, more publications, but who will read them? Which are not even valid for the lot of limitations, lot of, incompatibility, and very small population, and that doesn't even cover. When even the Vedas and the ancient scriptures, Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, which has actually happened, they are only being questioned. And what this stupid trash is, who is going to read this all nonsense? So that is what, is happening today. We are more on all these, because our base of knowledge itself is a false base, and we are not following a very good knowledge system. That is where, we are failing today. So go read. You may be following any religion, any belief system, that doesn't matter. But always remember, whoever has born as a human being, they should read 3 texts in their life. Without that, their life is not complete. Because they provide a detailed understanding of all the subjects. They provide you management, they provide you sciences, life sciences, everything. You try reading and understanding. That gives you holistic understanding what life is, what world is, and how people are, how system is. So it is very important, everyone on this wonderful occasion, to read, understand Bhagavad Gita, and also, if possible, watch Ramayana and Mahabharata. You have everything in that. If you miss these 3, then you have missed out the essence of your life, and you will never understand what is your life and purpose your life and how to manage your life successfully. Without watching these, without understanding this, I can say you will never be able to successfully. Of course, many people have, even today also, I did personally case studies on the most successful people on the planet. And they have also, they just were successful in one or two domains of their life, but has disasters in their life, which no one else faced. Like they were completely, their family was completely, they never enjoyed any family life. They never enjoyed, personal life. Or see, one domain or other domain, they were successful. They have become the richest of the world. See what happened to the latest Bill Gates. Their family broke up. Their relationship broke up. So like that, we might be successful in one or other domain, but we are a great failure in other domains. You can see, you take out any family, just do research on that also. You will come up with interesting facts. So this is what, our lack of understanding. So try to explore. That's what I am saying. Don't just blindly believe. You just take this and explore, and you come to me back and say, sir, yes, this might be wrong, this might be right. So always I am telling, that's why only when we read we know. Otherwise, just simply blindly someone has said, and lot of misinterpretation. Don't read the present text. All are highly misinterpreted, misguided information, because lot of people who deliberately published all nonsense, trash about ancient scripts, because they want to wantedly keep this rich knowledge, wisdom far from common man or common woman, for that matter, common persons. So they have left no stone unturned or turned to keep this rich knowledge, wisdom from people. So now it is our responsibility, whether if you want wisdom, then you should compulsorily watch, read, and go through this Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavad Gita. If you don't read at least once in your life, then your life will always be incomplete. You will never be able to understand what life is. You will never be able to understand what management of life is. So if you want to know the purpose of life, if you want to know actually what life can throw at you and what you can take from your life, or what best you can give it to yourselves, you will only know when you watch these, or when you listen to these, or when you try to understand this. Don't ever take it as a religious text. That is the first and foremost thing, that people have been successful to brand something, which is making religious, so that many people will keep it away. But that is where we lost the ancient knowledge. But that should not be, a perspective. Read it. For that matter, any religious text you read Bible, Quran, or anything, all concepts are same only. Again, they will keep fighting among themselves. So this is what preaching happens, practicing doesn't happen. All concepts you see, Bible also talks about what Hinduism talks. Quran also talks about what Hinduism talks. All basic concepts are same only, but they have different names, because to be something different, we need something else to be created. Maybe one time idli, one other place vada, other place dosa. Similarly here, something is there, something is there something else is there. But all are food only, right? All are food items only to be consumed. So similar way, we need to understand that gross understanding is what we are lacking, and we are fighting among ourselves, we belong to certain communities, certain race, certain religion, certain belief system. So these are all created by human beings only for their vested interests. So don't fall in the trap. Don't be in the clutches of those systems which are designed to divide and keep us away from each other. Break out from them. All have good, but that good is no longer being promoted, because they want If everything is no, the common concepts, again, there will be no religions. Again, it will go back to concept Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. All is one family. So these all are, constantly striving to keep the entire population divided so that they do not again form Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and the planet to prosper. So they want always, their constant efforts are in dividing people. So you decide. See, I am no one to tell what you have to do, but you decide best in your efforts, in your consciousness, what you want. Whether you want prosperity, whether you want harmony, whether you are global, you want global peace, then you decide what is good for you and good for the planet. Then you will realize that what you are into. And you have to explore. In fact, this is a very a good topic that I talk when I talk with comparative religion. So I give all the religions and features and which religion is doing, and no one can deny. And in any lecture, no one has ever objected because that is a fact. And so that's what we need to have realistic understanding of what each religion or each culture is, each tradition is. And we have to accept fact because you can't deny now, but again, after this conference, after this event, you have to practice that. So there is no point in denying just for the sake of arguing like a fool, we can argue. But at the end of the day, again, it is the same thing we are going to practice. So in reality, if you deny also, there is no point in denying. So that's what, thank you everyone. So I will not take much time. It's heavily raining even here also. So thank you everyone connecting back and happy Geeta Jayanti. And see you all tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, we will be having sessions from 6 o'clock, not 5, because many have requested. So we will have, we'll start from 6 o'clock and then we'll continue our sessions. Those who would like to present, kindly complete the formalities, fill the registration, share all the details. Then only after completing all the formalities, only certificates will be issued. So you can present, you can participate without registration, without complete formalities also. But per certificate, all the formalities has to be completed. So that is necessary in time. So follow those instructions and keep joining us and have good learning. And those who can share their insights and presentations are welcome. You can register and share your details. Once we receive all the details, we'll verify it. We will see if that content, why you need to share your PPTs, because we'll also see whether that is appropriate content for this theme and all. Otherwise, you can also present on other upcoming platforms if content is not so relevant to this. That's why we ask you to share your PPT as well. That will help us to schedule your presentation. So hope that answers all your queries. Thank you everyone for joining us. This is your platform, our platform. Let's use it, not abuse it, for the betterment of everyone. Thank you. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.